238, 239.
Okay, why don't you come right, Chris? I've got bottom in sight.
Copy that.
And we can descend a little bit.
Roger. Coming down to 2.5. Holding.
Looks like we have bottom. We're at a depth of 3,925 meters.
Coming down.
Bridge, RV nav.
We landed over a soft sediment bottom, but there's some scattered rock debris.
ROV is on the seafloor.
Copy that.
Our bailout direction today is going to be about 045 degrees.
Copy that. 045 degrees. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looks like there's some plant detritus.
Just drifting for a moment, Andrea, to get a sense of current.
That would be wonderful, thank you.
There's something flitting around there, but it's making its own way. That's not the current. Essentially zero.
Essentially no bottom current here today.
Yeah, let's get a little bit of zoom on these rocks.
Hi, did somebody just join us on the conference line?
That's good, thank you. See some staining and
manganese coated staining on these rocks.
wide, please, video. I think there's a
Almost sound like
nudibranch
Looks like
there.
some seagrass detritus here. It looks like a holothurian.
Holothurian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
another
okay.
swimming holothurian.
Zoom in.
I think on our first dive of this expedition, we were at about this depth and also observed the same, I believe, the same species of holothurian.
It's definitely on its way somewhere.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing how they undulate their bodies, moving. You can see it's pretty transparent. You can see the guts inside of the animal.
Zoom video as it tracks into a frame here.
And there you get a close-up of the seagrass blades.
get a little more light.
It's he's coming at me.
And it looks like also some sargassum
Wide,
detritus.
So you can come back wide.
What is that in front? Is that a piece of wood, Dave? Or
Looks
a rock?
like, let's get a little zoom there.
And
Video.
then we have a shrimp off to the right.
Hold that and I'll come a little closer.
Looks like wood.
A mini woodfall here.
Okay, a little more zoom.
Can you get it any closer?
A little more zoom. Have we got more zoom? Oh yeah.
Wow, look at that.
How's that?
I don't see any serpulids or limpets. Can we pan right and left?
Yep.
Oh, there may be a limpet on the bottom right. Whoa, photobomb. Photobomb. So it looks like there may be a limpet on the underside of this piece of wood. I think so.
Coming left.
So it's interesting. Woodfalls actually have unique or endemic fauna associated with them. So we don't see these species of limpets on other types of substrates in the deep sea. And not only are there woodfalls, but also whale falls that occur in the deep sea. The species found on these different substrates are often very closely related. So the limpets are likely feeding on bacteria, grazing on the bacteria that are breaking down the wood.
This is Dan Distal, just joined the conference.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. Yeah, I was following along and looking at this bit of woodfall. I'm wondering if you're right in the middle, if you can focus on that white thing that's right at the bottom of the piece of wood in the center of the screen.
So pan to the right a little bit? Oh, no, center screen.
I'm wondering if that is a shipworm pallet.
Any more Zoom video?
Wondering if we can
You're wondering if it's from a ship?
a shipworm pallet.
Oh.
So these are wood-boring marine bivalves.
Sure.
That, so what I would be looking for in pieces of fallen wood would be siphons.
Let's
that
come
might be
wide.
shooting
See
from
how
the
far
wood
away
from
I am.
wood-boring bivalves.
Interesting.
And I would be looking for
It's about as good as it gets
potentially
for the
bits
light.
of
Back in.
the
Everything's
animal
full down,
growth
full in.
characteristic
come
of
on in.
shipworms is that they
Back
have
soon.
a thing called a pallet. It looks like, in some cases, a long, thin, feathery, calcareous bit of material.
Okay.
Kind of like that little thing at the bottom there. Now, this is way too deep, probably, for... What's the depth here?
We're at 3,928 meters.
Yeah, so way too deep for a shipworm, but the wood was at the surface at one point, so it may have been colonized at the surface.
Interesting. Okay.
And the other thing to look for are tiny mussels, like itis. It would be about the size of anywhere from a sesame seed to just slightly larger.
So I think on the right here, it's just coming in view now, there may be what looks like a limpet underneath the wood. Do you see that? Kind of towards the right?
Sure. I'm going to switch this over to a monitor.
It's kind of in the shadow. It's a little difficult to see.
A little better monitor. Hang on. My regular big monitor that I use on the desktop, but it's lousy. Much better. Okay. Smaller monitor, but
Yeah.
oops.
Video, can we see into the shadow underneath, perhaps?
Oh, that's a little better.
I can chop the lower swing arm and rotate it in slightly. I might shine up and under.
And it's almost
Yeah.
between my feet.
It's a little
Yeah.
difficult
Get
to
it in
see.
there.
It's center screen.
Right now, all of a sudden there's a black screen. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what's going on.
You know, the past few dives we observed bamboo woodfalls and a lot more fauna attached to those types of woodfalls. Here I'm not seeing as many organisms. Although I'm sure it's covered with microbes. Okay.
Thanks, Jared. I
Yeah,
see
now I'm
something
back.
white
All
and oval.
For the limpet, I'm not
There
sure
in the
the
center.
dimensions of this, but it looks like about a quarter of the way from right-hand end.
Yes. Yep.
Shadow
Exactly.
of the,
Nav, my sonar mouse isn't
shadow
working.
of the
Could you
piece of wood.
adjust
Yep.
the gain on mine just
Yeah,
to see if you
now
can pick up the slope?
Yep.
Perhaps.
So, limpet there.
I think it's the left click and drag that. No,
That's
you're
great. Is there
stretching.
anything else, Dan, that you'd like to see on this piece of wood?
Perhaps I misworded that.
You're going the wrong way. Down
Even just
and
to the,
right click and down.
Just to the right, up a little bit.
Maybe I just don't have it yet.
Yeah, you're just
Yeah.
Just
there's
sort
just nothing out there.
Okay, thanks,
of edge here.
Nav.
Just trying to see if any sort of burrows,
Still swinging a little.
small animals attached to the surface. I can tell.
Oops.
Pilot, can you just pan up and right as well?
Up and right, coming. Pardon me. We may get pulled off this location, but we will hold as long as we can.
I'm just swinging. I can turn and find you.
We'll get this settled down here in a second. There you go.
Yeah, I bet my eye teeth there are critters inside of that, but it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's our first piece of wood today, so I'm sure we'll see more woodfalls as we move along.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you for calling in. Are you going to stay with us during the whole dive?
I think I'll stay for a while.
Okay, great.
If I can. I'll keep watching. I might dial in when I see something I can contribute.
Great. Thank you, Dan. So it's Dan Distel. You're part of the Ocean Genome Legacy Project, correct?
That's right.
Probably come
Great,
down a
thank
bit,
you.
Chris.
Okay, Pilot, we can pan out and move along.
Righto. Wide, please.
So we
video.
get a good view of the sediment there. We see a lot of pteropod shells, but I saw a lot of fluffy material. Also, is that a lot of forams, possibly? I think so.
I'm not the expert. It sounds likely, though.
Fluffy material on the surface or top of,
Yeah, all around on the surface.
yeah. There's another possibility for fluffy
I
material.
rotated about 20 degrees
So,
starboard.
need to come left, don't I?
Correct, yeah. And I'll readjust your
Along,
lights
we'll
for you.
get,
Okay, we're moving along
Warmed up.
soft sedimented bottom with some scattered rock debris.
So pilots, look like we have this kind of slope for 250 meters or so.
Hey, Andrea, are
and
the
then we'll
lasers on?
get a
Oh,
fair
thank
bit
you.
steeper
Pilots, can we turn on the
through
lasers?
contours.
Lasers on.
Thank you. We'll just keep them on and take them off for beauty shots.
Roger that.
And then did you guys do
Our
another white
direction we're
balance
gonna
at the
have to be
bottom?
about
I didn't quite
240.
see.
We didn't do a white balance at the bottom, but do we need to do another white balance?
more rocks, some blocking.
Yeah, so on the
somewhere.
left, before you move, on the
Up.
the round.
I see it.
Yeah.
I see it.
Nav, could you repeat your last? I didn't quite catch
Got
that.
that coral
Sorry.
radar going.
Yeah,
Could be a
our
sponge,
direction of
though.
advance will be about
Maybe another
240.
collateralized sponge.
Okay.
Or a
And
bamboo coral.
we'll have
Let's
about
see. As we zoom in.
250 meters of this slope,
Okay, roger that.
not too sloped, and then we'll get a little more inclination.
Copy that. We're set up pretty nicely now, so
We're
whenever
going to see
Let's
another
see.
one on the.
pilot's done here, I think we're good.
So
Good to go.
restart the sonar.
Ooh, I would say sponge.
Twist around a little bit here.
but different than the others we've observed on deeper dives a couple days ago.
Okay, put some more zoom in.
It's interesting to know all of the different morphologies of sponges that we observe. It can be plate-like or long and skinny, and we've also seen vase sponges and stalk sponges, branching sponges. A lot of times it's likely to increase surface area in order for more water flow and particles to move inside the sponge. Beautiful. I have no idea what that is yet. Maybe we'll get an idea as we go. See a few more.
And our first rock, conferring with Jason, I think we both thought that it looks like it's the white carbonate showing through beneath the dark iron manganese coating. And it's not surprising. There's a kilometer of this carbonate sequence at the top of the dive above where we'll go. And it's likely a piece of that stuff that's rolled down the cliff face.
Thanks, pilots.
Let's come wide.
Andrew, do you see the polychaete at the base?
Oh, okay, go back in. Sorry.
Come on in.
Do you see it white?
Yeah, the base of it. Yeah.
Base.
Yeah.
Oh, on the right of it. I see it now.
Yeah.
It's shiny. I think it's a polychaete. It's refolded.
Well, you can definitely see segments in it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Wide, please.
thank you. Before we move, anything else here shoreside? Any zooms on rocks here or sediment?
We're okay here.
Okay, Mike, I'm going to back up so you can see the imprint in the sediment here.
So it looks like from the chat log, this sponge is definitely interesting. I have never seen anything like it. Looks like a couple others haven't either. So.
Thank you, pilot.
Hi, did somebody just join us?
I can lower your lower
Did
swing
you
arms
just
too.
see that
Sure.
radial sediment trace just past the screen, Amanda?
Let's get a quick zoom on that feller.
Yeah, there was a radial trace, a characteristic of the echeurin that lives subsurface in the sediment.
Okay.
We're zooming in on a holothurian right now.
Yep. Second holothurian.
Okay, let's come wide again. Let me see if I can find the worm trace. How far back was it, Andy?
Not too far back.
It might be 2 ROV lengths. behind it.
2 ROV lengths.
2
Thank you,
ROV
Tim.
lengths.
There it is,
Yeah,
just on the left.
Yep, on the left.
Got it. Only once have we caught the worm extended and saw it retract.
I saw that video. It was pretty amazing. It was last year, yeah. And there was about that. The proboscis was really long too,
Zoom, please, Jerry.
maybe 15 centimeters, and you saw it kind of slurp back into the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. So there's these worms that live in these tubes, and they stick out their proboscis and create this radial structure as they move that around and feed.
All right, let's zoom in, just get a quick look at this. Oh, there's a little, is that a plug or is that? Look at all the shell debris around it. Is that from it just cleaning and sifting through there? Or?
Yeah, possibly.
Huh. Okay, a little wider, please, video. Just to. Right.
Yeah,
So it looks
you see
like
several
it's
pteropod shells there as well.
Yeah, yeah, and it looks like the longest extent is, it might be 20 centimeters, that one in the upper right.
So it looks like it cleans some of that fluffy material, or that later sediment away.
Thanks, Jared. Let's come wide again. Onward. And there's a mound here.
Well, that's interesting.
Somebody's, oops,
Home.
he's been working.
Is that a fish upper left before you zoom in?
I see what you see, and I'm not sure.
Something in the water.
Okay, tilting up. Video, let's see if we can snap in on that thing. Let's try that again. Okay, come on in, Jared.
What is that, a squid? Oh, Mike V, if you're looking.
Andrea, this is co-pilot. Can you hear me?
Okay, wide, please.
Watch Lee, this is co-pilot. Can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
All right. I found a fish that I don't think that pilot will be able to get to in my bubble cam, but if you wanted to make an ID on it, if you look at my
In the bubble cam, is that a chimera?
if you look at my finger,
Yeah, it's
Looks
got
like it.
so at least just for an ID, I'm not sure
Yeah,
if we'll be
thank
able
you.
to get to it.
Yeah, it looks like a chimera in the bubble cam.
You'd have to come back towards me, Dave. I'm not sure. Yeah, if that's in the cards.
Oh, Michael Vecchione identified that as a large Keated Math arrowworm. Thanks, pilot.
You're welcome. So I was just doing an orbit of this mound here to see if there was a burrow or anything on the other side.
Do you mind if I lose you for a second, Dave?
No problem.
You want to go zoom in on that video? Yeah, there you go. That's a little better view for you. I think it could be a lizard fish. Keep coming.
Might have been a rat tail in the bubble cam.
I think if you look at Sirius Cam now, it's a little better view.
Oh, okay.
It's heaving with the ship, but I think it's a lizard fish.
Oh, yes, lizardfish, thank you. Is it on the sediment? Or
It
is
is.
it in the... Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the top of it now.
Where is he relative?
So we have a deep sea
So between
lizardfish,
you and I,
Bathysaurus.
You could come port.
It's like Bathysaurus mollis.
Come get him if you want. I'll just come way up. You see? Okay, turn to find you a little. Thanks, Jared.
I see he's this away, I think.
No, other way.
Well, I'm already started this away. I'll get there. Pretty good
Circling
hit.
around, getting a nice aerial view at the bottom.
I'll come up.
Over this away is my impression.
Yeah, a little more starboard.
Okay. Oh!
Ooh,
Ba-ba-ba.
jelly.
Blew it into oblivion there. There it is.
There it is. Come back down.
Get
Look
it.
at that. It's positioning itself for a photo.
Thank you, thank you. You can zoom video.
Beautiful.
Not too much.
Nice.
Wow, that is really cool. Mike Ford, do you want to comment? Mike Ford? Are you still on the...
Andrew, I had to mess around with the air conditioning in here for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Beautiful view of a jellyfish here. See its long tentacles. A medusa, so you have this bell shape. And the oral is, of course, underneath where all those tentacles are surrounding. Interesting that it's not moving much or pulsating at all. It's kind of floating here.
I wonder if it's startled by the pressure wave of the vehicle.
Be.
Maybe it's playing dead, thinking, what eats these? Turtles?
Oh, Andrew, that was great. I think that might be a type of Trachemedusae.
Trachemedusae. Okay.
Or really great. Great coloration in there, and you can see a lot of the internal structure.
Come back in video. Things have calmed down a bit.
Wow. Oh, there it goes. So inside you can see the gonads. Wow. So did it, somebody observed it dropping a few tentacles? That can be a defense reaction. So Mike, you've seen this one before? During this expedition or prior expeditions?
No, it seems similar to some of the, we saw a couple of Trachemedusae in the last expedition on the New England Seamount that had similar characteristics. This one reminded me of one of those.
We had a question from one of the pilots, what could potentially be feeding on this jellyfish at these depths? That's a good question. I'm really not sure if we know the answer to that. Do you have any thoughts, Mike Ford or Mike Vecchio?
I might know a little bit more about what it might eat. I'm not sure what might be eating it at these depths. Less clear about that. But it looks like it's definitely a good predator of some of the small plankton that might be in and around here. And it may be moving around and then finding a place and then being fairly motionless with its tentacles fully deployed. Basically, and ready to ambush prey items that swim by it. The tentacles would typically be studded with stinging cells, these nematocysts, that'll quickly grab prey like a small harpoon and then hold it in place, and then they'll slowly bring it toward the gut.
Now, are these, this group of jellies, can they be highly venomous? I know that the box jellies, the cubozoans, are some of the most venomous creatures on the planet, actually. What about the Trachymedusae?
Yep, these, like many other medusae like this, would have nematocysts, and
Great shot, guys.
potentially those nematocysts would actually pump some sort of a venom into the prey item to immobilize it. You don't want to hook into a tiny larval fish or a prey item, and then have the prey item react so violently as to damage the jellyfish body. So the venom tends to act to slow all that down, and then slowly pull the prey back into some of the gut structures in the bell.
Great. We have Michelle Scherer online. Michelle, we would love for you to narrate some of this in Spanish, if you could.
Chris, can you kill the lasers, please?
Laser's eye.
Buenos días, estamos transmitiendo desde el fondo del mar a una profundidad aproximada de 3.900 metros, y esto que están viendo es una medusa o una agua viva.
I've run out of tether.
That's great, pilots. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Mike Ford.
Pull out slow there, Jared. Say goodbye.
That was nice.
Okay, we can keep moving along.
All right, lasers back on, please.
Lasers on.
I guess it's time to start the train rolling.
Yeah.
Oh, I've gone off to the west here. Let me get back in formation.
I will swing my head.
And we're at a depth of 3,922 meters. Is that a larvation house in the water?
I glanced away. Where?
That's okay. Oh, to the right.
Upper right?
Yep.
I've got back into my own dust cloud here.
That's okay. We can keep moving.
Yeah, we're getting the ship going, and it's going to take a little while for that motion to propagate down to the bottom, but we're pointed in the right direction, and I'll continue to look around.
All right.
One of my thrusters isn't happy.
So pilots, what speed do we want to make? 0.2?
Over this, 0.2 or more, depending on whether we're interested in.
No, let's make sure we're not going to be stopping.
Okay. All right, we'll see what happens here.
Another holothurian?
Might be the same one. I've been
okay.
spot before.
Thanks.
There's a whip
RV
coral in
Bridge,
the
go
back.
Requesting a ship
Yeah,
move
let's
50
take a snap of
meters,
that.
Okay.
Not sure it's a
240
coral yet.
degrees, 0.2 knots.
Copy that. 50 meters, 240 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Something on the top of it.
Coming
Whether
right
it's
at
a
us.
Copy
stock
that. Thank you,
crinoid or a crinoid on a coral.
It's within reach.
Okay, my thruster is back.
Or an octocoral.
sure we get a really good look here. Let's zoom in, please. Video.
Yeah, especially on the top of it.
This looks different.
I think it's an octocoral.
But
Yep.
I haven't seen one of those before.
Can we get a view of the other side?
Yeah, we can. Well, I've
I think
perched
it's a type
here,
of sea pen, actually.
Lasers off for the moment. A little more zoom, please.
Looks like an umbellula. And there you go. That's great. You can see the 8 tentacles. And the pinnules or the structures coming off the tentacles. Very large polyps.
Yeah, it's huge.
So this genera has this genus has a
Pull out just a little bit,
worldwide
video.
distribution. We have seen umbellula in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Northwest, Northeast Atlantic,
Just
Caribbean,
hold that while I maneuver.
and in the Pacific as well. I don't think I've seen this species. You know, Santiago or Amy, have you seen this morphotype before? Or Tim, Amanda, anyone unsure? It's got a very long stalk too, or axis.
Gonna come down a little so you don't get a
Thanks.
tug.
Okay, we can zoom again, please, video.
Wow. Look at that close up. You can see the mouth opening very well, which is the tentacles are surrounding.
I've never seen a mouth on an octocoral before. It's always been too small.
Yeah, these polyps are huge. You know, many sea pens actually bioluminesce, and I have seen umbellula bioluminesce as well.
Was that with a special camera or ordinary?
No, I'm sorry, after we've collected them, brought them back
Ah.
to the surface, take them in a dark place, and kind of agitate them, and
Yeah,
most of the sea pens do bioluminesce. At least those found in very deep water.
Okay, we'll come out a little bit, please, video. I'm blowing it around a smidge. That's good.
Great, thank you. Beautiful image.
Okay, wide, please.
Oh yeah, Santiago Herrera also commenting that umbellula is also found in the Southern Ocean. Thanks, Santiago.
Umaluma?
Umbellula.
Umbellula. Here is perhaps another or something similar.
Yeah, another sea pen here. But what's right in front of it to the left of that round boulder?
I see that. Hang on.
And we have Eric Cordes just joined us from Temple University in Philadelphia, PA. Thanks, Eric,
Let's
for
get a zoom,
joining.
please, video.
Bernie Ball from Duke. Thank you, Bernie.
The pilots, the ship's moved about 35 meters.
Okay. Copy that.
Probably
that?
gonna See Sirius start to move soon.
You got any more zoom?
Oh, it's black coral.
Yeah, it's dead on the top.
Wow. Yeah, it looks dead on the top. You can see the black axis underneath. So we have a whip coral. Gosh, I'm not sure if I have seen black whip corals this deep before. We're at a depth of 3,925 meters.
Look at that base.
That base is pretty big. Can we
Oh,
get
it's
lasers
waving.
on that as when we zoom out?
Yeah, might be tilted down too far. I think that's just the rock that it's attached to. I
Yeah,
thought the whole
yeah.
thing was a base. Let's come out, see if we can pick up lasers. All right, here we go. There's 8 centimeter
Yeah, they
rock.
often have very small bases, just a centimeter or two.
Okay, wide, please. Right, where relative to lasers. Right. Okay, let me scooch.
Pilot, if we get a chance, can we zoom in on a clump of rocks? I mean, if that's,
Here's one right now.
yeah, possible, just where the lasers are. Again, I'm seeing a lot of white on these rocks, suggesting
Come on in,
that
radio.
they might be mostly carbonate.
Hold there a moment.
And it's going to be very
Oh,
hard
yeah.
to ID these rocks, but it'll be an interesting story if they are dominantly carbonate.
Looks like we have a variety.
Yeah,
You know, some of them are rounded, leading one to believe, well, maybe it's been rolling down and knocking the manganese off.
no, exactly. I mean, it's going to be very difficult,
Let's zoom some more.
but we should keep an eye just to see if we can get a feel for the possible variations in lithology.
Thanks, Jared. That's nice.
So we have a tube anemone here.
Okay, I'm just going to walk it around here on the rock for Mike.
Thanks, Dave.
You can see a lot of the seagrass detritus and sargassum detritus.
You know, Jason just chimed in by the chat and, you know, saying that the ones that we can see inside all look white inside. They all look to be carbonate, which isn't so surprising given that we've got a 1,000-meter cliff at the top of this slope that's just peeling off this carbonate. So thanks, Dave. I think that's good.
All right, let's
As we saw, I mean,
come wide slow.
all of those pieces of rock, apart from one that was entirely black and therefore manganese crusted, looked like they had a white interior, as though they're all carbonate. And Dave, and thank you, to help you guys a little bit, you know, if you see an odd shape, then that might be something different. So if there's a rock that's a, you know, a slab or something like that, it might be worth trying to pick it up.
Okay.
Again, all these rounded ones, just as you said, look like they're pieces of carbonate that have rolling down the slope.
Can you zoom on the dark edge of the rock,
Yeah.
Dave? You saw.
That whatever it is there. Yeah, let's snap in on that guy there. Ah. Okay, stand by.
So it looks like another type of anemone. It's got a really short base. It's very fat. We saw one of these similar to, we saw something similar in Pichincho area yesterday. Of course, not the species at all, but kind of the same morphotype, this wide, squat-looking anemone. That one was dark red, I believe.
Jason, if you're listening, again, I've lost the event log. So
Come wide video. We're
please, if you
starting to
don't
move
mind,
here.
keep putting in entries.
Thanks, Jared. I see you closing with me, Chris. Uphill we go.
Great,
here's
thanks.
a bit of more larger rock.
Well, that's
Angular.
interesting.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So here we've got a much bigger slab of something. Again, probably not in situ. It's probably fallen down the hillside. Again, covered in iron and manganese. You can see this dark coloration. And maybe if we're lucky, we might get to see a bit that's been knocked off, where the edge has been knocked off and we can see under the coating. As a guess, I might guess this is still carbonate, but it's very difficult. Jason, are you on the audio? What do you think?
Do we lose? Oh,
I'm here, Mike.
Hi, Jason.
Yes, it looks like a rather large slab of detached carbonate, thick iron manganese coating on this one. So we did see that in parts of previous Mona Canyon dives, that it's actually pretty thick in places. The surface has a pretty rough texture, but I can't tell if that's primary or something that has come from the accumulation of this iron manganese hydroxide coating. So a lot of sediment cover and sort of ponding around it. We kind of try to use that as a very sort of loose estimate of how long it may have been here. We don't really know much about the sedimentation rate in the canyon itself. We weren't really very successful in cores parts of the canyon. But it'll be interesting further upslope we go, whether we see more of these bigger slabs and more of the smaller rounded and angular debris. So we're looking to see if, again, whether we're coming in below the carbonate, or we're going to basically just be seeing, if we do see outcrop and situ exposure, whether we just see the carbonate or whether we see some of the previous on the arc rock. So.
Thank you, Jason. One question. What were the rocks that you saw at the base of the Nautilus dive?
Well, Siri says
explain to everybody who's listening.
Basically, we came in at a very, very steep exposure. We landed on a bench.
Please repeat that move. 50 meters
and everything we saw during that dive was part of the covenant
50 meters to 40 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Thank you.
So, and we went up over, it was about pretty close to 1.5 kilometers. So that's why we were hoping on this dive. Trash. We were hoping on this dive that we would actually come in below the carbonate, but we may be on a steep debris apron at the base of that slope, or is that a
good? Thanks.
Coral?
Thank you, Jason.
Black coral? But,
looks like another black coral.
Yeah, doesn't look too. Looks like it's losing.
Looks like there's something in the middle, right where it kind of does a curlicue. This, on the ship side, we keep losing the chat room quite frequently. So if there's anything that you guys see, if you can just call on the conference line. And then if those at home, shoreside, if you could continually add observations.
It's going for this rock with the sharp transition in color here. Oh, it's a 2-for-1. Got rock and biology. Yes, 2. Okay, I'm afraid I'm going to get overtaken by my dust, but we will see. Settling. Let's try to come around the other side here.
It's another sponge, possibly.
And another piece of carbonate.
Or
There's some polyheater thing on there.
yeah, I do in the middle.
What do they call this?
What do we think this is?
I'm thinking it's a sponge, but need to get in closer. What is on it? Is that a polychaete?
Get wide for a minute. Let me get some perspective here.
Looks like it.
Looks like it.
Okay, it's
Maybe some sargassum stuff.
Might be opioid on there too, perhaps.
I think we're setting up to get a closer image.
Disturb the spooge too much here. Touchdown. Okay, Jared, zoom at will. Panning.
Oh, the polychaete, 2 polychaetes. Yeah, I think this is a sponge. See on the sargassum detritus hanging down, there's also a small gastropod. Can we keep that for one more second?
Sure.
Thanks. Or a few more seconds, I should say.
We have plenty of time. Would you like more zoom or the whole scene?
Yeah, more zoom. if we
Max
have
it out, Jared. Let's. It's a polychaete playground.
Polychaete playground.
Those are blue LEDs.
Tim, do you have an idea on the
That turns them
ID
off.
for
Oh, okay.
the polychaetes?
Well, I have not seen these before, so
Okay.
I'm asking Amanda.
It's incredible seeing the parapodia, the paired legs, the limbs that are crawling up and down. This sponge, I guess we're calling it. You can see the seedy or hairs, the gold, shiny, shimmering in the light. It's really incredible. And then the long antennae on the anterior head end of the polychaete. We're looking for different characteristics to try to figure out what family these might be from, but it's just incredible to see a polychaete of this size.
Yeah.
Do you see any plates up on the back?
I don't see any characteristics, plates, or...
It's so long, though.
Yeah, they're a couple centimeters long. What did you say? 4 centimeters, possibly? Can we, when we zoom out, get the lasers?
Sure.
Thanks.
So Jason, as a heads up, a little later on when we're going through some mud or something, I'm going to ask you to tell everybody what you know about the origin of Mona Canyon. I know it's quite complicated, but it'd be fun to discuss, what we know about how Mona Canyon had formed. But we can do it later. No worries. Just giving you a heads up.
Tim and Amanda, or the rest of the shoreside, any other zooms here? Or are we good to zoom out?
So just a real quick comment. I mean, they do look like polynoids in terms of their long anterior antennae. So there are some characteristics that resemble polynoids. I'm getting some help from our shoreside assistants here, and I think having these images will help us determine what they are. Take a closer look later.
Great.
Thanks so much. That's good for me.
Okay, thank you.
Let's come out slow video and get the lasers on
Great
these.
shots. Thank you.
Yeah, 2-3 centimeters at a minimum. Great. And Sirius is caught up. And we're out of here.
So pilots, the ship is just about to complete the next 50-meter move. Would you like to keep rolling, or?
I think so.
I agree.
Speed of advance gave me all that time there to do that.
Can we take a snap zoom? Is that another piece of wood?
Yeah, there it is right
That
there.
one looks like it has a lot on it.
Just
Dan Disler, are you still on the phone?
Maybe we'll wait till we're done with this.
Oh, it's not.
Nah, you can keep it going. I can catch
Alright.
up.
Is that wood? Maybe not.
So zoom, please.
Bridge, ROV nav.
It's,
ROV nav bridge, go ahead.
Bridge, we'd like to repeat that.
There's some
yet
limpets
again.
on that.
Copy that.
50
Coming up.
meters, 240 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Copy
really
50
sure
meters,
what that
240 at 0.2 knots.
Thank you.
might be totally worm eroded wood is what
Yeah.
it looks like.
I'm going to go up and over you, Dave.
All right, I'll be along shortly. Oh,
No. Looks like it. Is that a little sea star? Oh, I think Chris Ma was interested in that.
There was a little gastropod to the right, a Turritella type individual.
Oh, right. There it is. Coming into view.
oops.
Wow.
Seems to be a happy place for all manner of
Yeah,
life.
definitely. You know, has to be wood. A lot of these species are endemic to wood falls and only found where we see this, and
Okay,
not
I've
found on
dusted
surrounding
it. Some,
substrates.
out
Should
Which
last
is
shot.
these only found where we see this, and
Okay,
not
I've
found on
dusted
surrounding
it. Some,
substrates.
out
Should
which
last
is these
shot too,
limpets.
pilot.
And those small sea stars as well.
Lasers for scale.
Very cool. Thank you.
There you have it. And tie-dye mustache.
Another Umbalula
You
sea
go
pen.
straight out ahead, that heading, and I'll turn and follow you.
Okay.
That we're passing over. Hi, did somebody just join us?
Yeah, Dan just thought I was a little slow. I heard my name and didn't have the number written down. So.
Did you have a chance to look at that?
I did.
Current has carried my
great stuff there, but I was spending too much time dialing
dust
and not
along
looking
this
at the
way.
piece of wood. So I'll
Oh.
keep my eyes out for the next piece of wood that comes along.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Yep, you're back.
Sure. Is that a piece of wood right there? That
Don't think so.
I'm going to give yourself a little shake off.
yeah.
Bring in some of that with you.
Another sea pen, possibly, or a whipcord sea pen. There it is.
Yeah. This looks purple from here. Quick zoom. Yes.
Same species of Umbalula sea pen.
Good wide.
You know, it's interesting. Our first dive, we were at this depth at about 3,900 meters, right? And our second dive, deep as well.
Yeah.
And noticing, you know, not a lot of sessile fauna at those depths. The first day we were north of Puerto Rico, kind of on the outside of a canyon, right along an amphitheater area adjacent to a canyon.
That's
and
it.
then dove a fault zone south of the Mona Block Seamount. And I'm already noticing a lot more sessile fauna, corals and sponges here, several more holothurians than on those dives at similar depths. And, you know, we are in a canyon environment where there's a lot of food and organic matter that can be channeled. I'm just curious if that could be why we're seeing more organisms here so far. We haven't even moved very far.
And that white object laser's coming on it now. So I think it's trash. So
Looks like a piece of trash.
yeah.
So Dave, to give you a feel for the geology target, you know, we're starting to see a lot of these little rocks are carbonate, and so ultimately our aim will be to try and get to some real outcrop to see if that really is carbonate and we're within the complete carbonate sequence, or whether there's some different rocks underneath.
Understand. So a junction between obvious different types is of interest then.
Or, you know, where it gets steeper and we can see some rocks.
Yeah. All right.
But handing over to the biology.
Zoom please, video. What have we here?
Wow. It's like possibly another Brisingid sea star. Kind of looking at the back of it.
We're maneuvering. Come out a little bit, please, video. Right there. And let me jockey for position here.
Can we, spin around to get a view of the other side?
Working on it.
We're just kind of panning around to get another view of this feather star. Or Brisingid star, excuse me.
Unfortunately, what little current there might be is following me up the hill along with all the mud I've
Looks different
stirred
to me
up.
than the species of
Supers?
fast area that we saw the other day.
Thanks, Dave. Understood.
This might not pass for quite some time. Nope. Nope. I don't know if that gave you enough for an ID or not, Andrea.
Nav bridge.
Go ahead, bridge.
Coming up on 5 meters.
Jason says, I've
Copy.
lost the event log again. Just yell if you see a rock that you think is not carbonate. I mean, I think everything we've practically looked at so far is carbonate, but if you see something you think is not, just yell and we'll stop and look at it.
This is interesting because the square angular ones appear dark.
Yes, we will. I mean, everything we're seeing, you know, with the angular and rounded blocks all seem to be carbonate. I'm not so sure that I'll be able to, you know, with these detached, partially covered, you know, rocks, whether I'll be, hey, you know, that's a schist or something. But if we see some different morphologies or textures, we'll yell it out.
By the way, here if you notice, these rocks are what they're not covered. The iron manganese cover, because when we were up above there is a whole wall there that is totally exposed, that is not covered yet. The iron manganese rind. Does that make sense? Maybe not.
Hi, Yuri. Hi, Jason. Sorry, we're trying to get around the event log problem here, so I lost you for a minute or two.
We're still here.
Good morning.
But what I want to tell you is, if you noticed, unlike many of the rocks that we saw in earlier dives, many of the ones that are lying here do not have the iron manganese cover.
Right.
Oxidation on them, and this is because we have, of course, the benefit of having the dive much further up, where we saw walls of several hundred meters that were also exposed without manganese iron cover.
You know the direction of the ship,
which means that
can you zoom back in on high pack, Jim?
And
see what's going on.
And those stones that we see here probably fell off that wall up there.
240.
Thank you, Yuri. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
And give him another one. The idea is to just keep moving in this direction.
Great. Sounds good.
Bridge nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, how much farther do we have on this move?
Move is completed.
Okay, could we do another one the same 50 meters, 240, 0.2 knots, please?
You got 50 meters bearing 240 at 0.2 knots.
Thank you.
No problem.
I'm going to twist back to my head. 240.
Roger.
You're going to be off to the left a little bit.
Coming over. Any interest in this science, or keep moving? All right.
I think Andrew would like to see it, so probably the best is to put the
Nice.
What is the, is that a feed? Black coral?
Hi, onshore. We're just
Looks like you're going to need to look
setting
at that.
up our
Yeah,
screens
I'm setting
again
up for
here.
it.
Yeah, can we get a zoom in on that?
Absolutely. Way ahead of you. Just a little ahead of you.
Thank you, Brian.
Oops. This is
Just to explain people on shore,
squishy
we've
soft bottom.
partially fixed the event log situation. We can now read pretty stably what you're writing. It's just at times we might not be able to enter our
All right, video, come on
observations.
in.
So keep entering your observations, but at least we can read them now.
This is definitely a black coral. See the black access very nicely. And it's Bathysaurus-like, but a lot different from others that I've seen.
Yeah, I would agree with you. That's a Patsy's like.
It seems, you know, more shaped like for lack of better words, like a
light.
Christmas tree.
Let me help you out with that,
Is the
okay?
tip buried in the sediment, or is it broken off? Can you zoom in closer? I think there's something on it in the middle. It's bright white.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on. Let me just get that centered up for you. I'm going to get you a little more light. Okay, video, come on in.
Another polychaete. Yep, looks
Is
like
that all
it.
we got?
Oh, and you can see where the tip of the black coral's been broken off.
Speed out of regulation. I don't have. It's okay. I've backed up a little, so it's a little better. I'll make it even better. Is that
Yeah,
better?
Andrew, is it clear from there that the polychaete's on the coral, or is it on the sediment?
How's that video? A little more light?
It's on the coral.
I'm getting a little bit ahead of you. You have another minute, but after that you'll have to scoot. I'm going to drop down a little, give you a little more tether. Looking straight down at you. Copy. You've got a few minutes. Okay. Nothing in this terrain that keeps you from lingering.
That's great, pilots. Thank you.
Good view of D2 from Sirius. Okay, video, I'm ready when you are. Copy. You can. I'm going to change my head to follow him.
Okay, we're at a depth of 3,896 meters.
So, Uri, Jason, as we traverse this mud, tell us something about how the Mona Canyon formed, or what we know about it.
Okay.
Hi, Yuri.
All right. Mona Rift. Mona Rift is another one of those mysteries here in Puerto Rico because it actually, a rift is a place where presumably there has been extension. In one part of the Earth is moving away from another part of the Earth. But that has, the orientation of Mona Rift is actually perpendicular to the Puerto Rico Trench, meaning that if there is an opening or an extension, it's in the east-west direction. This is a very deep rift. It's not probably, we know it's about over 3,000 meters deeper than the surrounding area. That's the upper part of the rift. Then further north you have another two probably segments of the rift. One of them is down to 7,500 meters. The other one is 8,000 meters. And from that rift that is 7,500 meters to Mona Block is you have almost a sheer cliff that is 6,500 meters high. There is nothing like that land in terms of the steepness from the bottom to the top. But how it was formed is still a matter of debate and it's not very well understood. It may be that the block, you can imagine the thing that is like the Dominican Republic
bridge.
and Haiti is moving slightly faster.
And you're coming up on 5 meters.
Puerto Rico by rates of, let's say,
50 meters bearing
few millimeters a year.
0.2.
We're talking about a rate of quarter of the time that it takes your finger that it takes your fingernail to grow, and that may be opening this rift there, and also making Mona Passage, where we go yesterday, slightly below sea level. There can be another reason for that too, which we're not quite sure, and this is that it's connected again to much deeper processes of having normal subduction under the Dominican Republic and a slab tear that is happening under Puerto Rico.
Thanks a lot, Uri. That was great. Here we've got a beautiful sponge.
All right, video. Want to come out?
So, Uri, one last question. When did the rift start to form?
We don't know. There was a paper by Nancy Grindley that tried to push it to somewhere like mid-Miocene or something like that, but there is no proof for that at all.
And mid-Miocene would be about 30 million years, is that right?
No, I mean, she claimed something more like I think 15 million years.
Okay.
Or something like that. But huh?
We're having a conversation. Sorry.
But I'm.
All right, go on in.
But it could be a lot younger. It could really, if the two processes that I described to you that have to do with either Hispaniola moving faster than Puerto Rico or a slab tear in Puerto Rico, those things could be 8-10 million years or 2-3 million or 2 or 3 million years. We really don't know, and so far we don't have any, I guess, way to say anything about it. I guess one hint is that the carbonate platform around the rift seems to be not disrupted, so it has been laid up to about million years ago, then the rift should have happened after that.
Thanks, Siri. Here we have a beautiful Tonophore. Amanda, would you like to comment?
Well, we've been getting some really beautiful video of a ctenophore. You can see the iridescent tines or comb rows along the sides of the ctenophore, swimming along through the water column. It's definitely not my specialty, but it's great to get this incredible video for the specialists here on the shore side to identify it.
I think you look at the series view,
Thank
it's
you,
pretty
Amanda.
far away from you.
Sorry to put you on the spot. You know a lot more than I do.
Okay. You can close in on it pretty far. Unless that's a different organism that I'm seeing.
No, look
Sirius.
at my cam. It's really
yeah,
close.
and something else is out there. Well, that's got to be it.
Yeah, look, I'm
what else
full
would there
wide
be?
right now.
Okay.
There.
Well, then what else is there up in the water column that I see in Sirius HD?
I don't see what
above
you're
you to the
referring
left.
Above me to the left.
See it right there?
The rock on the ground? Or
Up to the left, there's a, I think it's a octopus.
Alright.
Yep.
Coming up for it.
12 o'clock on your,
coming up.
it's just getting into your light pool, so keep coming up. You've got
Coming
plenty
up.
of tether.
Yep.
Maybe spin right a little bit. It's there. There it is.
Good eye.
Wow. And we have our first octopod, I think.
Yeah, go on in. Right there.
Beautiful. It's a Dumbo? Doesn't look like the kind I know of.
So, somebody on shore would like to...
Yeah, can we get the lasers on when it's convenient for
Lasers on.
Thank you, pilot.
The body is 12, 15 centimeters tall. Lasers off. Sonar's totally clear. Take your time. I am looking 40 degrees, 60 degrees off
So, Mike,
track.
can you
but
tell
you're
us a
okay.
little about it?
I'm on it. Do we want the top or the bottom? Alright. Well, I'll have to go back the other direction after.
So I'm just reading what Mike has written.
Yes. Look at that.
As the octopod just wakes up and starts to swim away.
The direction we need to go. Follow
It's
him.
a Cirrothalma murray, and it's called a common name, the Blind Octopod. And I guess we disturbed it enough that it wanted to go away from us.
It's actually right next to us. It's in our light pool.
Ah, I see it.
Flipping in.
So if you can see the Sirius view, you can see it, and here it comes back into the ROV view.
Nice. He's
Hey,
going
Mike
right
Becky
where
on here.
you need to
Hi,
go.
Mike. Carry on.
I just called in to talk about the Dumbo octopod that they just saw.
Uh-huh.
It's a Cirroteuthid. It's in the family of Cirroteuthid, but I'm pretty sure it's what's called the blind octopod, Cirrothalma murray. And it's not really blind. It's just it has degenerate eyes, so the eyes don't have a lens in them.
I'm off. I think
unlike
he's inside.
most cephalopods, which have eyes that are very much like ours.
He's up in there, and I
But
don't
this
want
one
to
is
get him with the
the
props.
video
Just
is
gonna see
really
if he'll find his way out.
interesting because you can see that the fins are transparent, and it can actually fold the fins over the eyes and still have transparency between the
You're way
the
behind.
eyes
You
and
might be time
the
to just
outside wall.
carry on.
I called it a blind octopod, but it does have a functional retina, and we're sure that they can detect light, and probably what it's doing is looking through the fins when the fins are wrapped around it. and
I need to
detecting any
spin
light
about
in
60
the area,
degrees to the right
including
to give you an
this
idea.
very substantial light coming from the ROV.
Thank you, Mike. That was...
Do you have any questions about it?
Anybody?
Nah,
Sure
Bridge.
side?
I'm going to keep spinning right.
No, I mean, Mike, that was...
Beautiful animal.
It is, and it was beautiful photography, too. I mean, thank you, Mike.
Yeah,
thank you,
Bridge.
ROV team, and thank you for dialing in again, Mike.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Bye, Mike.
Bye.
So after that
Yeah,
spectacular octopod, and we're now back to the boring rocks again.
Coming up on the end of this move here, Nev.
Okay, I'm lined up
let's
2,
have
4,
50 meters, please.
5, 0.
Okay, copy
So we're
5,
back to
pulling on me.
seafloor, and there are
Exciting rocks.
exciting rocks, Uri says, of course.
Does it take you long
Lots
to get
of
back out front?
pieces of carbonate. And as Uri said earlier, different in that we can clearly, easily see that these are carbonate, they're white, which implies that they are relatively freshly fallen, or at least fallen from a face that was recently exposed and didn't have time to grow the iron manganese nodules.
Starting to get a little tethered tug in just a second if you keep going.
Should be getting steeper.
We've got barely any delta your way out there.
For folks listening, the traverse we've got today starts off with a shallowish slope of about 15 degrees and then steepens up as we will go up the hillside. The average slope of the transect we picked is about 25 degrees.
I have your video.
And
Come on in on this.
And when we get to the steeper part of the slope, we're hoping we might find some more rocks. An anemone. Another one of those anemones we saw earlier.
There's a big fish over there. I think it's in the water column.
Closer to you or me?
Closer to me. Way to the left of you. There it is. You see it?
Oh, yeah.
So Tim, what did you just see on the anemone?
Right. No, I'm just making a comment about how we're just getting close up video of this anemone. That's all.
Okay.
See you as close up.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
pull back up now as I get closer to you.
I see. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't see anything. This is a video note, really.
Right.
But I'm not seeing any other animals associated with this anemone.
Thank you, Tim. I'll get better at this, I promise.
Fish coming into your view, just to your right. It's in your light pool to your right.
Copy. Come out video.
And just to comment on the rocks, again, we can see these rounded white carbonate clasps, but Taylor pointed out that there's also these smaller pebbles that we saw, centimeter-sized pebbles here.
See its shadow.
Perhaps we're reaching the top of the debris apron, getting closer to maybe the rock face where some of this is coming from.
Oh, he swam by.
Above you. Above your current field of view, maybe.
And we've got a fish. And a rat tail. And we saw some of these rat tail fishes the other day.
Can come in video. Stop there.
And Tim just pointed out that
Some good close-ups of the fish. It looks like it might have some ectoparasites on it.
So
Going
Tim
for
and
the
Amanda.
parasites around its mouth. Coming up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's one on its mouth, and then it looks like there's some along the body. That's a nest right there.
Not bothered by the light. Yes.
It's funny, we could see the shadow of this creature coming into view before we actually got to see what was coming.
Hold there. Get him out of my light bar. He's stuck to my lights. Come on. Sorry, co-pilot backing up some. Okay.
Okay, sure side.
That was great. I saw at least two parasites
Video.
attached to the body of this fish, one on near its mouth and then one on its side. They're ectoparasites in the group of crustaceans called isopods. They're called gnathids or gnathidae.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Tim. And if people were watching, there was just a nice view of from Sirius there of Deep Discoverer, the ROV, and the fish. And you can kind of see the distance that we have to be able to film these things.
Sirius is pretty much
Thanks,
on track.
ROV team, as always. Most excellent.
65 degrees.
Copy. Yep. Coming in on it. Video. Come on in. Yep.
Nav bridge.
Go ahead, bridge.
Coming up on
Looks like
5
another
meters.
black coral.
Copy that, thank you.
Settling.
Very few.
Be interested.
Not a lot of branches. Polyps.
And then there's some pink. I don't know if those are salmon polyps or fishes.
So there's polyps all the way down the central axis. Hey, can we get a zoom in on the left-hand side of this coral where we see some larger orange-red
Pilot, do you
type
have time,
things along the branches?
Thanks. Copy. Okay. Come in. Bring my camera up. Okay. Oh, I'm pulling it around a little. Sorry, guys. Be back.
Buenos días.
Hi, Graciela. How are you?
Hola. Good morning. Fine. And you?
I think we're fine. We're having fun. Did you see the octopod we saw earlier?
No, I just logged in. I'm sorry. I was getting ready for a meeting.
Don't worry. I'm sure it'll be in the highlights.
Okay. I'm sure it will be. So I'm just logging in for my lunchtime.
Pilots, the ship is just about ready to stop. Quite a swing left and Sirius, probably. Might think about moving ahead before we change over.
Yeah, just get another one in there just to keep the train rolling. Jeff, this is your conscience speaking.
Just a second.
Finish her up there, mate.
And I gotta run.
Yep.
Bridge, are we Nev?
Go ahead, Nev.
They're requesting another move, 50 meters, 240 degrees, 0.2 knots.
You got it. 50 meters, 240.2 knots.
Good copy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. I gotta run ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, pilot team. That was great once again.
Got something in the Sirius cam there. Just went out of
some kind of jelly or something.
I get in trouble trying to identify. Ooh, what is that?
No.
What's the depth? We're on the Mo Canyon, right?
We're at 3,850 meters. As you know, the depth of the canyon here is, or the bottom of the canyon here is about 5,000 meters. We're on the top of that big slump landslide that's on the western side of the canyon and heading towards sort of the cliff face and going up.
Hi all, I'm back. I just took a quick lunch break. I heard I missed a large fish and an octopus. Or was it a squid?
It was a Dumbo octopus.
A Dumbo?
So did I. I missed it all. So what was the fish?
I think
Do we know?
240 is our track, or?
Oh, it was a rat tail. It was we got beautiful photography of a rat tail. It had a couple of parasites, but it came up very close to investigate us.
I think we're at a safe spot. I'm gonna
we investigated it.
Yeah, we're good.
But if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and say hello in Spanish and give them a... So we are on the west side of the Mona Canyon.
That's right. So
Correct.
We might have a couple of people looking at the videos, during their lunchtime, lunch break.
All right, Chris.
Así que buenas tardes a todo el mundo.
I'm looking
Está el Okeanos Explorer en la parte oeste del cañón de la Mona a 3.860 metros de profundidad.
My camera angle's 40, so you're
a cargo de
way
la
out there.
exploración han estado viendo por lo que me dicen que además del fondo se encontraron con un pulpo que no estaban conectados en ese momento y con un pez que aparentemente dio todo se presentó enfrente de la cámara y se vio de todos lados, incluyendo que tenía parásitos. Ese no es uno de los peces de importancia comercial, pero es importante saber dónde ocurren estas especies y como dije, están a una profundidad de 3.860 metros.
Snap zoom on this.
También hicieron una buceada en la columna de agua. Mike, you also had a midwater a pelagic transect, didn't you, this morning?
Yes, we did. Can I come back to you while Andrea comments on the organism in front of us?
Yeah, this is really interesting. Holothurian we haven't seen yet before.
Come wide video. Thank you.
Can you go back in real quick?
I'm going to set up for a better shot.
Okay, thank you.
So, Graciela, quickly, yes, we did 5 1-kilometer long midwater transects from 800 meters to 1,200 meters and saw an amazing set of jellyfish and ctenophores, and it was really successful.
You didn't see any fish in the water column?
Yes, we did. We saw a dragonfish and, just scrolling through my notes, we saw 2 fish. There was a dragonfish and another fish.
But on the small side, small fish, right?
Yes.
It's moving very
So it was a
slowly.
hatchfish and a dragonfish.
You can zoom in well video.
Getting a little hot on Sirius when you
Copy that.
have
Very cool. Is anybody familiar with this? Holothurian.
Can't participate.
I'm trying to look it up now, Amanda. Do you see the purple
Come again,
polychaete on the ventral side?
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
It's full.
Wow. It's a nice view of the structure.
Yeah, we're a little polychaete.
Sirius video's looking pretty hot. When you got a finger free there, video.
You can see a polychaete on the underside. It's starting to move a little bit.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Copy.
Hopefully we'll get back to you all with an idea on that.
Anything else here, Andrea?
I don't know. Can you pan out?
Come on out, video.
The same?
Copy. See if we can see it.
What is the... Is there a whip-like structure right...
There
See
it
the
is.
3 white rocks? Yeah. To the right of those.
Roger that. Let's see if we can get it from here so I don't... Yeah, go ahead, video. Yes. You can give it all you got. I know I'm a little far away.
Oh, here we have a stocked crinoid. Have we seen a stocked crinoid yet today?
Let's go look at the base.
A sea lily. I don't think we have.
How we doing, co-pilot?
I'm just coming over the top of you now at a leisurely pace.
Is that enough for an ID watch lead?
Maybe if it turns to you, it'll be good. Looks like...
Well,
I
here it
think we
comes.
saw the species on the first dive we conducted. Has this very structured stalk.
Yeah, sorry, video. It's the dead band there.
Another arrow worm coming into view, photobombing the crinoid.
Can we look down at the base when you get a chance?
Sure.
That camera's at limit. I'm a little bit ahead of
great.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Copy that.
Okay, we
Okay.
can zoom out.
Yeah, let's come wide. We gotta go here.
Okay.
Copy, thank you.
One of those.
So it seems like there's a lot more rock debris in this area.
Yeah,
than there was a little bit
just
ago.
to your left. He's gonna.
Yeah, we've been seeing this variation in the
bridge.
amount of rocks. Again, you can see mostly carbonate.
So we have another grenadier here. There's a
Coming to the end
parasite
of
on the
that
right
move,
side.
man.
Good copy, thank you.
I'm not gonna follow him up.
Oh, we just got an ID.
Looked like possibly a
Put a
Nathan
little
parasite.
scoot on it
oh, you
there.
can see a really nice view in Sirius of the D2 kind of chasing the fish.
I will have to pass him in the left lane here. Get back out in front.
Can you get a side view of him? Oh, go.
Go ahead, video. Quickly. How's that?
Yeah, there's a couple ectoparasites. Beautiful. We have a Coryphonoides grenadier.
Nice.
Is this the fish that you saw earlier while I was at lunch?
Video, come on.
Does anybody know?
I am not sure, Andrea.
I think you were at lunch as well.
Yeah.
I thought the other one was rat tail.
They're the same
I think.
family. Yeah, so grenadiers and rat tails are Macraridae, same family.
Thanks for the
Another
spot.
Holothurian and Benthidites. Somebody just join in? Somebody join in the conference line, or did we lose someone? Can you zoom in on the what's in the water column of those small holothurians?
Go ahead, video.
Yep, looks like it. I think it's really cool how they're transparent and you can see right inside them. See their inside, see their intestine.
Zoom in, Will. I'll try to follow.
Watch leads, ROV nav.
Go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, just wanted to check in and talk about the time management. We're at this pace, we're just sort of right on track. We've gone about 350 meters. The transit from top to bottom, the plan for this dive was 1,300 meters, so about a quarter of the way.
Great.
We've spent about an hour and a half out of a estimated 6 hours of bottom time. We are coming up on the steepest section here. I don't know if you guys are watching HiPAC, but
Yeah.
there's
I'm not HiPAC.
yeah, there's about 150 meters here that's a little steeper. And so from your perspective, do you want to keep this pace or slow and then speed back up, or how would you like to manage it?
I guess from the geology perspective, we're seeing a lot of the same. And so purely from the geology, we'd like to get to the steeper stuff as soon as we can.
Well, I think we're on the steeper stuff. So my question is, do we want to
keep going at this pace?
Do we want to keep going at this pace, or
Absolutely.
take our time through this?
Yeah, I think this is a good pace, and if we come across some larger
Snap
blocks,
zoom
we
here,
may
video.
have to slow down and see if there's a lot of biology colonizing.
Yeah, at this pace, it's going to be challenging for us to
yeah.
stop on what we see.
I gotcha. I mean, if we see a larger outcrop ahead, then
Okay.
we can slow down then.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Video, Jared. I saw you guys had a KVM unit out, and I've noticed that this mouse here, which is attached to, I think it's user station 5, isn't working. Or maybe,
Well, can we get a... There's a crinoid on the
investigate
left. We're
further,
looking at a hexactinella
it
glass
worked
sponge.
yesterday.
give it a.
Looks like there's some associates inside.
There you go.
What is that?
The pilots were going to keep the train moving.
Copy that.
Okay. Let me see if this is associated with what I'm trying to do. I think
Bridge ROV now.
Let's try to bring out the
Go ahead, Nav.
crinoid.
Yeah, now
there you go.
requesting another ship move 100 meters, 240 degrees, 0.2 knots.
You got it. 100 meters, 240 at 0.2 knots.
Do you want to get a real
Thank you.
close look in on that guy, Andrea?
Maybe on the sponge, if you just pan right.
Okay.
Just we were looking if there was an associate.
Copy that. Can you come partial wide video? Thank you. Just hold there. Okay, come back in video. Try to move over there to get a view down the mouth of it, kind of.
Yeah, there looks to be some associates on the sponge. Hard to say if they're little crinoids, perhaps. Okay.
I think we can get a better shot of that if you want to look in at the associates.
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, I'm just settling out here. Trying to come around to the opening there. Take my tilt, Dave. And go ahead, video.
got it now.
Just tell us where, Andrea.
Yeah, that's good right there. Those little anemones or zoanthids?
Sorry, come on.
Thank you. I think that's good for ID. There were associates, possible anemones or zoanthids on the sponge.
So Jared, it's user station 5, mouse.
We're at a
Keyboard's
depth of
okay, but
3,811
mouse
meters.
isn't.
Lost my toe.
Thanks.
So we've come up about, or just over 100 meters in vertical height since we landed. We're on this muddy slope with lots and lots of carbonate clasts, and the slope is now starting to get a little bit steeper. We are seeing more carbonate clasts now, and these two populations, the white ones, which are not covered with iron manganese, and we can easily see what they are, but we're starting to see a bigger population of the darker color ones covered by iron manganese, which makes it a little bit more tricky to identify the rocks. But whenever we've gotten in close, it looks like they are carbonates under the black coating.
Again, not a lot of sponge colonization on any of these rocks, just very few.
So Andrea, and I bet this is difficult question, but how long would it take for sponges to colonize its slope? Because one possibility is what we're seeing here is the effect of an earthquake 100 years ago. So one can speculate that this slope was washed away 100 years. What kind of time scale would it take?
So I think 100 years is sufficient time for, colonization to occur. Oftentimes biofilms form first on, so microbial microbial mats will form, what's known as biofilms form on some of these rocks, which then enables some other sessile organisms to settle as well. So, yeah, I think 100 years would be definitely sufficient time for that colonization to happen.
So that implies possibly stuff is coming down here on a shorter time scale than that. Here's another one of those mounds that we saw earlier.
But, you know, let me also add to that, you know, it's been difficult to study, you know, recruitment rates in the deep sea. Some people have put settlement plates down, but you have to go back to the same spot year after year to understand, you know, how and when recruitment occurs or settlement of certain cohorts occur. So, you know, the more we explore and the more we are able to find interesting sites and actually test some of these hypotheses and do more deep sea experiments is really important. And I think that's, again, keep coming back to the importance of ocean exploration. And that's, you know, this is a great first look. You know, one of the first steps of the scientific method is to observe, right? So you observe, you explore, you come up with hypotheses, and then you go test those hypotheses.
Absolutely.
First step.
Okay, we're coming to a more substantial grouping of rocks here with clearly white carbonate maybe underneath, and again iron manganese coated blocks on top. This could be outcrop. Jason types in rock. Jason, thoughts? Outcrop, maybe? Or a big slab of carbonate, at least?
Go ahead, watch lead. Right now we're estimating it at 440.
I think we can easily see that even the black coated rocks where they've cracked open are carbonate inside.
I'm here, Mike.
Shoot.
Yeah, I think this is all carbonate. We're just seeing, variations with iron manganese coating and the pressure in air quotes exposures on the wall. But this is certainly a very unstable looking feature. The bulk of these rocks are in situ, so we're actually seeing part of the wall of.
Jason, we just lost you.
Did we lose anybody else from the line? Anybody else still with us?
Watch lead, Mike, I'm just trying to give an overview here. If you'd like any zooms on anything in particular, any faces, just let us know.
Video, we may have lost the conference line.
Pilot, this is great. I mean, I think you can see there's this enormous lump of white underlying carbonate with these little blocks on top.
Right.
In some ways, there isn't, a lot to zoom in on because the only thing you could zoom in on, if you see a black one with a white face, we could just zoom in to confirm that indeed under the black coating it's carbonate.
Let's see if we can find one here.
But we're pretty sure it is. So.
Okay, thank you.
Roger.
Okay, so we're at a depth of 3,783 meters. We're about 30 miles northwest of Puerto Rico in Mona Canyon, surveying the west wall. Today is the 13th of April, I believe. 13th of April, 2015. Local time is 12:24, UTC 16:24.
I know you're busy, video, but you want to give a partial here?
So far today we have seen several different species of corals.
That's good.
Umbellula, the sea pen, Bathysaurus, like black coral, a couple different colonies at least. Also a couple different types of sponges. One that we haven't, at least those of us online and in the chat room, have seen.
Thank you, Pilot. That's great.
I'll just kind of walk it around here.
I think that's great. I mean, to the, just left of center, we can clearly see the white showing through beneath the
Welcome
black
to
coat.
the conference calling center. At any time during this message, please enter your passcode.
I think that's
the pound sign.
I think that's all we needed to see. I mean,
Okay.
we're just confirming what it is.
Copy that.
So perhaps
Your
what we see
passcode
that's
has been
dark
confirmed.
was
If you need
exposed for a
technical
long time,
assistance
and
during your
what's
call,
white
press
was
*0.
swept clean.
After
in
the
some more
tone,
recent
please state your name,
period
followed
and
by the
hasn't,
pound sign.
Accumulated the manganese coat.
There are 3
parties in conference, including you.
Hi, we're back. Uri, Jason, so is this outcrop or is this just a big, big slab that's rolled down the hillside?
Looks like an outcrop to me.
So that implies the carbonate is, if we're at 3,700 meters, it's something like
You come full wide video.
1,700 meters thick here.
Thank you. Thanks.
That's possible. What is the top of the cliff there? Again, Jason?
I think it's about 2,000.
What is it? Yeah, 1,500. Yeah, so, that's more than 2 kilometers thick over here. Yeah. Looks like a fairly like chalk or something of that, fairly soft carbonate type thing in the way that it's being eroded.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
If you have a little drill hole, you can take a core there.
We are able to pick up rocks, I believe. If we can't bring them back to the surface, of course, but if there's anything that anybody shoreside wants to scratch or turn or poke, we're able to do that, I believe.
I have to say, I was tempted by the crust yesterday. Try and break a piece off.
Yeah.
You have a fish subject approaching you.
A fish subject.
Approaching my starboard. I'm just going to give it
Okay.
a quick turn here.
Note the little tiny landslide right there that we're looking at.
Cool. In the serious view.
Likely another Coryphaenoides.
You're the Isaac Walton of ROV pilots.
Sure is. Let's see if we can determine whether or not there's any parasites, ectoparasites associated
Go ahead,
with
video.
this individual.
Just try to track them.
Oh, yep, there's one right under the
Keep going.
opercle.
Hold there.
There you go. Very nice. You can see it has a pretty long chin barbel. So this is another grenadier in the family Macraridae. And this family of rat tails and grenadiers is very diverse and found in deep waters.
Oh, it's turning. Come on. Hold there. Oh, he's sizing us up. Come back in there. He's coming in pretty close.
Great video work, guys. Thank you.
Think we can let him go and reacquire the wall?
Yep. Sounds good. And we're at a depth of 3,771 meters.
Probably
So
looks
what's
we're
the probability
nearing
that
the
it's
end
the
of that
same
move. We'll just keep moving.
guy that we've been seeing over and over again?
Yeah, that's true. It's
Where I haven't seen the
Hey,
fish that you
Jorby,
saw
now.
before.
yeah. Well,
So,
the
no, I don't think it's the same individual. We've been
add
seeing
another
the
100 meters,
ectoparasites are
Sure,
attached to
you got
different
it.
parts of the body.
yeah, I was just
So,
going to
they don't
comment
move
on
around
that.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They're useful.
So how many have you seen so far?
It's getting much steeper.
3.
I believe that's our third for the day, but Andrea, I think, has been keeping closer track.
Yeah, I missed the one at lunch, so whether that was the same species, and then we have seen 2 others. But I was going to mention that at least the last 2 I've seen have been different because of the presence of the naphid parasites in different places.
So from a geological perspective, this is kind of cool. We can just see underneath here the massive carbonate with sediment streaks, sediment chutes coming down. You can get the feeling that this was relatively recent. And by relatively recent, we might be talking, on the order of 100 years. But there's none of that iron manganese coating. This is a big, fresh place of carbonate, which has some sediment, the brown stuff, basically pouring down over it and covering it in places, but very different to the iron manganese encrusted rocks that we've seen on other dives.
Yeah, we're at a depth of 3,761 meters.
And there's an amazing view with the Sirius camera. You can see this big, enormous lump of carbonate.
Temperature here is 2.4 degrees Celsius. Our dissolved oxygen is 8.1 milligrams per liter.
Do you have an idea of the slope here, Dave? Coming up?
It's probably going to stay steep
Can
like
you
this
zoom?
for a
There's
while.
a structure coming out on the left there.
Yes, I see it.
Very briefly.
Or is that just a different...
We'll take a quick snap zoom at it.
We cannot
I think that's all we have.
tarry here.
Go ahead, video.
Looks like a sponge covered with...
Just tell me when, Dave.
Partially dead, but at the top it looks live.
Real soon.
5 more seconds, video.
Covered with some sediment, maybe. Can I get into the video any closer to see?
Sorry, Andrew, we gotta go.
That's okay, thank you.
We can't really stop the train, so we must avoid terrain.
Dr. Seuss.
Well, it's just the lag time to stop us down here. It's a little too long to allow us to get ourselves caught in a corner, so to speak.
Thanks, Jason. Jason's typing in the event log again and is pointing out the channels of sediment that are rolling down slope, which are clearly visible here. And just raising this question of, is this just one enormous block that has broken up and off and fallen down the slope, or is it actually in situ? And the importance of that is it constrains how thick the carbonate sequence is. We know the carbonate sequence is at least a kilometer to 1.5 kilometers thick. Question is it even thicker here than perhaps is thought? Or is this just an enormous block that fell down the side of the hillside?
The view in Sirius is really amazing.
And I think we can actually see weak bedding in this limestone. The black nodules that appear to be sticking out are kind of defining the original paleo-horizontal of this body. And if that's true, and here it's less convincing, but if we can see bedding, then it gives us an idea of the orientation and helps us answer that question of whether it's in situ or not. It already says definitely in situ. Jason, what's your vote?
Can we get a zoom in on that black? Is that a crack or a rock? Is it a little cave?
I think it's a rock, but we can take
Just
a
really
closer look at a video.
smooth.
Yeah, it looks like a fresh face.
Yeah.
That's still, I think, iron manganese coating.
Is that the subject, Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. Just looked different than.
Sure.
Yeah,
No, good
definitely
call.
darker.
Good call. No, it is strange. It looks like these black lumps are almost embedded in the limestone, and I don't quite understand that. Again, Shoreside, any comments on that? Why we're seeing these black-coloured lumps? Are they slightly different lithology and more attuned to getting the iron manganese coating? Now, if that is, you can see that the black stuff is kind of lining up in a line. If that's defining bedding, it's telling us that this might not be in situ. But is it really bedding? It's difficult to tell.
I have a question. Can you poke it to see if it's kind of soft rather than hard?
Graciela, we can try. Almost certainly the white stuff is hard. That's the rock. The brown stuff is a little bit of the sediment on top. So we can, we could poke that and see that come up. But the white stuff is hard rock. Might not be the hardest rock in the world, but...
We go snap zoom on
But
the bright white,
the
dark
lumps,
black.
the black lumps that you're seeing.
Oh,
those are hard.
They'll be very hard.
Just seem whiter and darker than normal.
As Uri said earlier, these rocks are so white that they might be a rock called chalk, which is a very, very pure limestone made totally of little shells of calcium carbonate.
Looks
Okay,
to be
video.
even steeper above you. It looks a little vertical. We'll see how it...
Mike, so in the beginning of the cruise, we gave just short science presentations to the crew just to discuss the mission, and I think Mike had a really nice image of kind of the scale of the Mona Canyon versus the Puerto Rico Trench versus the Grand Canyon, and I was just wondering if you could give our listeners and our viewers just another idea of we're in Mona Canyon right now and how that may compare to the Grand Canyon, something that's more familiar to folks on land.
Briefly here.
Yeah, sure. And if people would like to look, there's this picture is on the webpage. If you go and look at one of the background essays, you'll see this picture.
Yeah.
We have another swimming polychaete here.
I'm just going to stop while we watch the biology.
I think we had a genus name on this from somebody on our Twitter feed, actually. Somebody posted an image of a swimming polychaete. Wow.
We got a scurry.
Okay. Come live video.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah, let's swim.
Okay.
Hi, Yuri, just to let you know, I'll ask.
We can't, we have the ability to do that.
Okay, pilots, I've had 2 requests. Is there any chance we could slow down and maybe poke this stuff? People are asking, how hard is the white stuff, and can we scratch off the black stuff?
Let us get a little bit further up the slope here, get some breathing room, and then it might be possible to give it a kick with our toe, so to speak.
Sure.
Pilots, would you like to bring it to the rest?
Well, it's going to take,
I know.
by the time we actually come to a stop and then time to get going again, I think we can just...
We'll just do it on the fly?
Yep, we'll do it on the fly. I just want to get up a little bit more here.
Get up over the sledge.
Yeah, you want more of the smoother area, right?
However you guys would like to do it safely.
Copy that. So you came way up, Dave.
Oh, you know what? We just came to the transition.
Like a ledge, yeah. You've come back down.
Yeah, this is the top of the cliff. You can run down to the edge there, and you'll be able to escape over the top here.
So what's the idea, Mike?
Just to see if we can, poke through the sediment, scratch it around. I think there's 2 questions. Can we scratch the white stuff? How hard does it feel? And then can we scratch some of the black stuff? We're just experimenting.
Just give it a
The
kick
question
with your
really
toe
is
there.
how hot.
You know, what we're going over now, we're certainly seeing completely different outcrop morphology than the Nautilus dive from 2013 that was, directly above here. What depth were we at? 37, 16. So it was about at least 700 meters above here, probably more.
Take your
that was
mini Zeus. See what we can
almost
see.
vertical bait. Lots of breakage, carbonate.
There you go.
Here we're seeing a lot of debris.
How's that?
Sediment cover. We're seeing
The white is
rounded,
scratchable, it looks like.
almost here. So it's a much different geologic environment in terms of morphology. The question is, what are the rocks and how do they fit in? I'm not sure.
How's that, Mike?
We'll try and keep a lookout.
That's great.
See if you can get that
Yes.
black rock just
So-
to the left there.
Okay.
The ROV just put its toe into the wall. I don't know
Copy.
if you back on shore saw that. All the sediment that came off pretty easily from the surface.
So I get the impression it does feel like it's really chalky. Would Shoreside agree?
Video, let's get a zoom on mini Zeus.
We say carbonate because we don't
That guy's
actually know
hard.
what the actual composition and amount of calcium carbonate is in any of the rocks you're looking at them. You can go from a full spectrum of slightly carbonate. You can get chalks that have lots of quartz and other things in them to pure reef carbonate.
There you go. Mini Zeus on right.
Black rock
skeleton
to the left here.
Could you repeat that, Jason? There's a lot of noise. Could you explain that one more time?
What was that?
Just the last part of what you were saying. We couldn't hear you well anymore.
Yeah, go ahead.
When we talk about carbonate, we use the general term probably more than, say a limestone or a chalk or something, just because we don't know how much carbonate is in these rocks
Thank you, pilot.
and what the other components are.
Take a look here.
I've completely lost my train of thought.
I've come over the edge.
Okay.
So we're interested in seeing if we're talking about, talking about conglomerate here with these rounded features, which are not really part of the carbonate platform sequence that are above. So there's a big debris field that has accumulated over time. Or is it in place, in situ rocks? I think we're learning a lot.
One more full view
Certainly
here.
a different environment than in our previous dive.
We did white and then
absolutely.
Black rock
Just
to
see in the bottom of
left.
the screen there an accumulation of rounded material. Can you go to the rounded material just below this white patch here and maybe try and bang into it and see
Come wide
what
video.
it is?
Aries, did you copy that, pilot?
I did not.
Aries said, could you just come down a little bit to the...
Is that full wide video?
Just below the frame here.
So the rounded material just below where you scrapped it.
How much time we have?
This wall
You
over
can give it
here.
another poke there in the gravel, lower
Curious
center.
to see what this
Copy, thank you.
wall is, whether
Mike, this is going to have to be very brief.
conglomerates or not.
And
Okay,
then and then we'll run.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt, but
when you need to go, just go.
copy.
That rounded rock didn't yield, did it?
Yeah, that's hard right
just,
there.
Just pulling down on it?
Yeah,
Okay,
my
so-
toe is on it now. That's hard, so I'm going to back off.
I'm hearing a lot of feedback from somebody's audio back on shore. I don't know if that's the ECC or somebody else on the conference line.
How we doing, Dave?
So, Barry, did you see that? The pilot
time
drove
to
the
go up and
ROV
over.
into the wall, and it was really quite hard. Thank you, pilot, as always.
The only soft part was the white.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now that we've made a mess here.
Your lower right, my screen there.
So, Jason, did you want to follow up? Now we've
Try to find me.
Now we've finished destroying the world.
Yeah, I mean, what we're now in,
there
we go. Almost
there you are.
Free flow of our own making.
And just ease over to your right a little bit.
No, I'm, again, the question
Left
is,
margin
what
of my
are we
screen.
seeing? Are we seeing in situ rocks? Are we seeing, accumulations of material that has come down from above? Certainly, the problem is we're seeing evidence from the observations that could say
Swinging
both.
my head left to help. Oh, here you come.
Yeah,
You're
there
good.
we go. Thank you.
Coming back to
Something good to keep looking out for
hit it.
as we sort of traverse this slope.
Right.
We're seeing conglomerates and thick sediments and angular blocks and fresh carbonates and iron manganese coated rocks, which are presumably carbonates. So we just headed up a somewhat steeper scarp, and now we're in a more heavily sediment draped kind of slope. So it's kind of the purpose of these dives and why they were why these areas were chosen is because of
We're all good.
these questions and hypotheses that we're trying to answer. So this
Pick
is a
and
very
shovel
interesting
work.
dive. Lots to see. And there's a glove.
So pilots,
Thank you,
chemistry
Jason.
indicates that it should be more like this. Or that was our rise, and now we're back into
There
a
we.
gentler slope. We're almost done with this ship move, but we'll just keep moving.
There's a.
Just copy that.
Yep, it's a
Dave?
glove.
I'm happy with that. Yes.
Onward and upward. Bridge RV now.
Go ahead, Nav.
At bridge, we'd like to add another 100 meters to this move.
You got it.
I gotta make it there.
Not without.
Earlier, Amanda asked about the scale of the Mona Canyon. And as I mentioned, if people want to look, there's actually a comparison picture on the website on one of the background essays. But the bottom line is big. The Grand Canyon would easily disappear within the Mona Canyon. The Mona Canyon itself, which if you remember is small in terms of depth compared to the Puerto Rico Trough, is still bigger than pretty much any canyon that we can find on the land surface of the Earth. And that's one of the fun things about exploring the oceans, in that there's often more topography on the seafloor than there is actually on the continents.
Mike, can we achieve a higher angle of repose under sea because of the density? Is that why things are steeper?
I mean, a little bit. I mean, you've got two different fluids. You've got air on land and you've got water here. And we've got different materials. I mean, sometimes we've got mud, sometimes we've got rocks. Principle's the same. It's gravity and friction, and there'll be subtle variations in that angle. But on the whole, they'll be pretty similar.
I see.
The main difference is erosion. Generally, erosion is much stronger on the continent because of different reasons, and that's why you cannot maintain very high slopes, and you cannot, things are eroding much faster very often.
Thank you, Yuri. Again, we're passing over some of these iron manganese coated blocks, most likely carbonate underneath that black covering. And there's a shrimp heading towards that
Dead end here.
carbonate lump. And Taylor spotted a sponge.
Mike, let me explain in Spanish because the discussion that you guys had on the geology of the area and the sites, it's very interesting. And since I have to leave in about 10 minutes, I would like to say the summary in Spanish.
That would be great.
¿Is that okay?
Graciela, please go ahead.
Okay, gracias. Sí, para aquellos que nos están oyendo en español, estamos a una profundidad aproximadamente de 3.200 metros. La temperatura era de 2.6 grados centígrados, con un oxígeno disuelto de 8.1 miligramos por litro. Estaban hablando de la geología de esta área del cañón de la Mona y cómo compara con el Gran Cañón en Estados Unidos, y este es relativamente grande en comparación con el que está en tierra. Así que el cañón de la Mona tiene unas dimensiones grandes comparativamente con los que conocemos en tierra. Lo más importante que estaban discutiendo es que hay mucha sedimentación, hay una piedra lisa que parece casi tiza, que a pesar de que es dura, sí se inventó cuando el robot le dio, porque les habíamos pedido que tocaran el material que había en el fondo para saber si era suave o duro. Y además de eso hay una serie de lo que parecen rocas que también son extremadamente duras. Las negras oscuras, las más oscuras, tienen una cubierta de hierro y manganeso, y el resto del componente parece ser carbonato. Y cuando expusieron la roca, se veía claramente, parecía bien blanca y parecía como si fuese tiza. Así es que parte del estudio que están haciendo específicamente en esta área tiene que ver con esta geología. Lo que discutían era si esto ha sido una deposición local o si ha sido deposición de más como unos derrumbes material no sé, de fish.
So a Bathysaurus fish just lying on the mud. Well spotted, pilot.
That was video. I can't take credit for that.
Anybody on shore like to comment? Somebody that knows more about these things than me?
Come back in whenever you want to, yeah?
Yeah, this is a Bathysaurus fish. We saw one of these, or two of these yesterday. I'm sure it's one or two. One was on the seafloor and one was swimming, but could have been the same one. But this is what they do. They sit on the bottom and have those iridescent reflective eyes, which are always fun. And if you're on the other side, we'd see their teeth, which have very sharp teeth. This is what we see them doing most often, just sitting on the bottom.
And so they're sitting there
in almost every ocean.
A lot of sediment here. I wasn't even really close.
Yeah, I think they're widespread as a group.
Thank you, Tim. That's great.
Oh, I'm there.
Yeah, thanks for you.
And thank you, Graciela. I think we got some sponges on the side of that block. And I'm guessing these are glass sponges.
Go ahead, video.
Mike, I'm going to say goodbye. This was a lunch break. Really nice to be here. So as soon as I get out of my meeting, I'll come back. What time is the beach to be covered?
I think we're likely to go on to about 4:30. Don't totally quote me on that, but I think we're going to be here for a while. So thank you, Graciela.
Okay.
Have a good meeting. Bye.
So thank you. Gracias. Bye.
Gracias. Thank you, pilot, again.
Just trying to shake off some stuff.
Mike Vecchione just entered the chat room and just made an interesting comment that the Bathysaurus fish we saw is the top predator, is one of the top predators down there at these ocean depths. It's the one that's at the top of the tree.
I think if Andrea were here, she'd want to look at that.
Did somebody just join us?
Go ahead, video.
Hey, Mike, you see those two white things on the left-hand side of the screen right now? I think those are barnacles. It'd be good to look at those.
Okay. So, pilot,
Come live video. Try to get the
so
barnacles.
correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a crinoid or is it a coral?
Yeah, there they are, left edge of the
Looks like a
left
crinoid.
edge of the rock there.
Let's go look at the barnacles, yeah.
And so the barnacles, and I think Tim said on the right, Tim?
Oh, they're on the left.
They're on the left.
On the left.
White.
Pretty far.
Yeah,
On the left.
the left, the two white dots on the left, I think.
Gotcha.
Thank you, pilot.
Thanks, Mike.
And thank you, Amanda. Apologies.
Go ahead, video.
Oh, and a polychaete
We're
worm.
gonna come back to it. Just hold there. Worm on a sponge.
So, Tim, want to chime in?
No.
You're right. Yeah, we're looking at two stalked barnacles here. They're alive and in pretty good shape. But the really neat thing over here is that polychaete worm.
It looks like it might be a tunicate.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look at it.
It's unusual.
Yeah, very unusual. Let's look at maybe on the, is it inside or on the surface? I think it's on. I think it's
Crawling.
I think it is. So no. Yeah. The barnacles led us over here to look at them, but this polychaete on the tunicate is really very unusual.
Indeed.
We can try to get a closer look. Come a little bit wide, video.
Are the barnacles related to the goosenecks?
Yeah.
Got a couple seconds here, Dave.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm spinning around you here.
Wide
Looking
video.
back.
Sorry.
Nice little spot.
So, Tim, while you're there, what was that black sheath around the worm? Or the polychaete?
Oops.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
wrong
it's the
one.
transparent
Sorry.
part of the tunicate.
Okay.
I guess the sheath of the tunicate, yeah.
Just hold there.
And we're lining back up again.
Okay, come on back in video. See if we can do anything there.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out whether the polychaete was actually on top of the tunicate or whether it was inside, because these tunicates can be predatory. I think Mike Vecchione just wrote that. That it may have taken this tunicate inside.
Cool.
Or taken the polychaete inside. Sorry.
Right. Yeah.
There, Dave.
Very cool.
Is it upside down? Well, I mean, yeah.
And it's not very active. The polychaete's not moving.
Getting awfully close.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Okay.
Chris.
Go full wide video.
That's great. Incredible.
Pretty amazing.
I'm looking back at you. Just take off on.
Tim, Amanda, the pilot just asked, were they in an associate relationship?
If it is an associate relationship, we haven't seen it before. I would doubt it.
I got it.
I don't think so.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Tracking you as you come. And you're a little bit east of me, but I'll let you come around.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back on heading.
Holothurian. Maybe.
Okay. Try to get this jellyfish here video.
Oh, very cool. Show side comments?
Dave, can you tilt my upper swing arms down?
Upper swings down.
So we've got a jellyfish here. Wow, we just saw it move. I think we saw one of these earlier. And there it went. That was a beautiful little jellyfish.
Wow. Come back in video. Just try to track him. Keep this heading. It'd be nice.
There he is. Can we have lasers on? Get a feel for scale?
It'll be hard to.
Okay, that's great. That'll do. And if we want to get rid of them for photography.
Zoom it well video.
Yeah.
Hey Mike, while we're looking at this, can we get Nav to zoom out on high pack real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, got it. Watch the.
Nav, can you zoom out on a high pack for a little while? Thank you.
Go ahead, end video.
Nav, bridge.
Go ahead, end video.
Go ahead, bridge.
Coming up on 5 meters.
All right, bridge. Why don't we go ahead and add another 100 meters?
Good copy.
Thank you.
Amanda, did you get that?
Yeah, we're just looking at it right now.
Thanks,
Good. Thank you.
Nav, thank you.
You're welcome.
please dial 217. Ryan, 217.
And that's another holothurian just out of the bottom of the screen. We're starting to see quite a few holothurians around here. So we're traversing this very sedimented slope. We're not seeing at the moment very many pieces of rock at all.
I got snap zoom here video. So show.
Isn't that what we call a sand dollar at the beach?
Yeah. I do not. Give me a
Which way?
direction.
I'm not sure what that is. Pilot, what do you think?
No.
Just a piece of...
Ah, I do see it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Come wide here.
Tim says it's a leaf.
How we doing, dude?
You're all right.
Yeah.
So the consensus here, it's a sea grape leaf.
I don't know what that means. Alright. Let's go in video. Sea grape. Good spot, video. Go ahead back in. Which way is he facing?
He's got his head in the sand. He thinks he's invisible. Did you see it move, Jared? Okay. Oh, okay.
So is that a little dead crab in there?
We saw it move, Mike. But it does look rather sickly. Tilting. Got it.
I don't know.
Well spotted, pilot.
He's not.
If you're done,
Yeah.
I'm done video.
He's not gonna move, is he?
Yeah, good spot.
Good job, guys.
You are off to my left a wee bit.
Copy that. Looks like the slope picks up a little bit.
So just to recap, we're traversing up the west wall of the Mona Canyon, which is a very large canyon on the northwest shore of Puerto Rico. The canyon wall itself is something like at least 3 kilometers high, and we are diving from 3,900 meters and currently at about 3,600 meters. So we've come up 300 meters up the slope, and we started off seeing a bunch of pieces of carbonate boulders. And then we found the source of those boulders, a very large, big vertical scarp of fresh exposed carbonate. And we traversed over the top of that, and we're now on a muddy slope heading upwards. And along the way, we've been seeing some exciting biology, fish, jellyfish, sponges, corals, pretty much most of what we'd expect down here, and including a very spectacular octopod.
Yeah, Mike, is that more wood just ahead?
Yep, I think it is, Tim. We'll go there.
Just outside of where you
Yeah.
Just outside of where you zoomed out.
Yeah. So, pilot, I think
forward,
if you can pan up or get closer, there's a piece of wood which is much more interesting than these boring rocks. Well, there's a little mark in the sediment. Piece of wood. I'm kidding.
Not.
Okay, go ahead, video.
Muted.
If we're gonna be here for a little bit, you want to tilt my swing arms back down, Dave?
Alright.
If you don't mind.
Gives me something to do.
So Andrea's back. I'll let her take command.
Hello, everyone. So it looks like we found another woodfall here. Some cypriolid tube worms and little gastropods. Do we have a genus on the gastropod? Can we pan right and left, pilot?
Sure.
Oh, went too far.
Amy Bacco Taylor's commenting Itis. So is the gastropod is Itis species? Is that correct, Amy? A few limpets.
Thank you. I think that helped a little.
I want to rearrange this.
Dan Distal.
Like barnacles at the bottom. You see that?
Barnacles?
What that is.
Where were the barnacles?
Bivalves are itis. Right below the very bottom of the screen, there's an itis
Got
there.
your tilt.
And back to the right is some more barnacles, I think.
Oh, itis or bivalves. Okay, gotcha. Do you see the live polychaete too with the plume extended?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
It's bottom center. If you just pan down a little bit, pilot, you can see it's on the edge of the piece of wood.
Is that full zoom?
Oh, yeah, see it now.
Yeah.
Great. I can't tell if those are sponges on the right hand or in the right corner of the image there, or they're barnacles.
Can we pan right, pilot?
Barnacles, maybe they're sponges.
Tilting down slow.
Are we at full zoom?
We are. I can get a little closer though.
Did somebody just join our conference line?
Yeah, that's better. You can see
Hi,
the
Dan.
worm out of its.
Oh, here's a couple more live
extended.
polychaetes as well.
Yeah. Seem to be much happier down at this end.
We were just talking whether those were sponges or barnacles hanging down on the edge of the piece of wood.
Do you want to get a closer look?
Yeah, that's hard to tell.
Yes, please.
Actually, we might be getting a little short on
Don't see
time
any
based
sight.
on my view. There's a little hill here.
For you, when you yell at me, Dave. Just hold their video.
Yeah, we're we're about 10 meters
Just kind of to
off.
remind folks watching, the organisms that we see on woodfalls we aren't finding in other types of deep sea environments. There may be relatives that are found in other deep sea environments, but actually some close relatives of the limpets that are found on woodfalls are also found on whale falls.
Sorry, Andrea, no more
That's
time
okay.
there.
There's another piece of wood right there as well.
Quite a bit of wood.
Big feature here we got to get up and over.
Oh, hello? Somebody join us, or just did we lose Dan?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
And I'm left, of course, still. Coming right.
We're at a depth of 3,600 meters. 3600.
Yeah, that was a potential drug around the corner.
Yeah.
Situation.
Oh, can we get a quick zoom on the shrimp?
We got a similar one, I think, when you were gone.
Oh, you did? Okay.
But I'd be happy to.
That's fine.
Go ahead, video. Just kind of track it here. Slow down. Oh, not that much. Where'd he go?
He ran off underneath you.
We did track one earlier, though. Andrea. Get eyes up here.
So are we still going at the same speed? Okay.
Yes, watch lead. We've been going pretty consistent. 0.2 knots.
Okay, thank you. Another holothurian?
Yeah, you got plenty of time now.
I believe we've imaged similar before.
We have observed several of these during this dive.
Okay.
That's good, thanks.
Can let it go, video. Thank you.
So I'd like to remind people that although we're not seeing a lot of macroscopic organisms or larger organisms like sponges and corals and fishes and crabs and things that you may be familiar with, there's also an entire other community found living within the sediment in deep sea, sediments.
The end of that move.
Okay. So a lot of worms, polychaetes, and different types of worms and copepods, and often called myofauna or macrofauna live within the sediments.
Go ahead, Nev.
The bridge requesting the addition of another 100 meters.
There's a crinoid here.
Good copy. 100 meters. You got it.
Go ahead, video.
Another stalked crinoid, or sea lily.
Okay, come on. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't a coral. Up, up.
So we're starting to see more rocks here. We hadn't seen rocks for a while. Again, pieces of carbonate likely fallen down the slope might indicate they were about to reach another exposure of the carbonate rock, and we might just be seeing it at the top of the screen.
Snag this shrimp here.
Another shrimp, it looks like to be the same one just observed a little while ago.
You can push more.
Nice view of the underside of the shrimp.
Thanks, Jerry.
Oh, can you zoom left? Pan left. There's a coral.
See it, yes.
Looks like an octocoral. Perhaps the same species that we saw on the first dive on the Arecibo Amphitheater.
Okay, go ahead, video. Take my tilt in.
Okay. I have it now. Down slow.
Just got one toe barely in.
So we're getting a nice view here of what appears to be a bamboo coral. Very large polyps. If we can get a zoom in, tight zoom on the polyps, that would be really helpful.
I'm going to come up. So there's dark background. There you go. Take it down slow. Stopped.
So you can count the 8 tentacles in each of the polyps. Characteristic of octocorals.
Is that full?
Can you pan down then too? Oh, that's full. That's beautiful.
Getting a little close again.
Yep.
Copy.
Better,
Tilt
better
down.
get going.
Okay.
Tilt which way?
Down.
Down.
And we gotta go, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You can keep it zoomed in, but I'm gonna lift off video.
Looks like it has internodal branching, so it's branching from the white portions made of calcium carbonate.
Up to the right.
Copy. Thanks, video.
Great view. Thank you. Tim, would you, oh, go ahead. I was going to say, Tim, would you agree that was the same species of bamboo coral that we imaged from the first dive?
Yeah, I agree with you, Andrea.
Oh.
I was just wondering, we just flew very quickly over that outcrop, whether we were actually seeing bedding there. There appeared to be parallel lineups of the carbonate poking through the mud. Yuri, Jason, any opinions?
Come on, hitting.
Copy.
We're at a depth of 3,563
Well,
meters.
it went too fast. I mean,
Thank you, Yuri. We can try and check back when we get the imagery back.
Can you zoom center on the right? That's something different.
It's like the bottom of a tennis shoe. Just
Go ahead, video.
looks. It's a tennis shoe shaped rock. 2 rocks, maybe. I don't know.
Keep coming.
Thank you. The colors were just very contrasting.
Carbonate class, manganese coating, and some filaments on the edge. Thank you, pilot.
Sure. Did look strange.
So temperature here today is 2.4 degrees Celsius. We have a higher dissolved oxygen here than the first dive that covered the same depth range. Here it's 8.0 milligrams per liter. Just a little bit higher. I think on that first dive it was around 7. Oh, another fish. Looks like a holosaur. Aldrovandia. They are in the order Notacanthiformes, and they're similar to eels. You know, they have eel-like bodies, but if you look closely, you can see that there's a dorsal fin, a single dorsal fin here on the top, about a quarter of a way down. But what's interesting is this group, these holosaurs, also have leptocephalus-type larvae that you see in anguilliforms as well. So similar larval morphotypes.
To your right, Chris, it looks like there's a track of something that may have rolled down slope. See it in the Sirius view.
Yeah, I do.
Not sure what it is, but remember the runaway rock?
I do remember.
Yeah, okay. Might be a similar.
I think you mean the fish.
Yeah.
It was a fossil fish. It's a fossil fish. If it was a rock, it was.
I remember some pretty strong arguments that was a fish.
Oh yeah. I can't remember.
It was forcefully presented, but it was unsubstantial.
Agreed.
I think it's just a series of rocks here.
Oh, you're right. See that?
But interesting nonetheless.
The eye plays tricks in low contrast. The brain fills in the blanks. Pretty soon I'll be seeing mermaids. I didn't say I saw one.
Okay. Back on heading here.
Thanks, pilot. Yeah, these small
fish
ones.
above.
Oh, maybe it's your.
Thanks, pilot. These small class, probably are just going to be the carbonate. So we're more interested if we, can see any of the bigger outcrops and things poking through.
Okay.
Thank you, though, for looking.
So we're coming up on your hour and a half mark there, Chris. If you're wanting some relief, we could try to wake up our navigator there and give him some excitement if he's interested. Or
I was just about to say,
or if he declines, I'll switch with you, or whatever your pleasure.
Of course. Pilot, could we have the lasers on, please?
Lasers coming in hot. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, Brian, quick, take over. Go ahead, NVIDIA. Might get a brief dusting.
Is that a polychaete on the right?
Let's get a look.
Yes. Looks like.
Come wide video. There's more of a current here for sure. It's east to west. But
I've got your tilt.
Copy that.
Down slow. Looking for a
behind it here, and
polychaete.
then hopefully it drifts away. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
All right, you're just giving it back to you. Never mind.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Okay, video. Little coral, Andrea.
Oh, that is not a polychaete. That's a
Oh,
anemone.
maybe an anemone. It doesn't really have any body to it, really. Wow. How big is that? Maybe 2 centimeters? 1 to 2 centimeters across in diameter?
If that,
yeah.
Yeah, possibly a corallimorph. Definitely have to send this to our anemone expert back on shore.
Do you have any more video? That's full. Yeah, copy.
It's really loud. They're having a meeting on the ship in the forward lounge. Beautiful, thank you. That's great, pilot. Good enough for an ID for now.
Yeah, you want to tilt up 1 second, one bump, Dave? See if we can.
You can get closer?
No,
oh.
We're just getting
we can always get closer.
Scale there with the lasers.
Yeah.
I'm over your head.
Copy that. Oh, we have to run, Andrea. Sorry.
Okay.
Thanks, Jared. Get out in front here. You are on heading.
I'm a little bit left of heading. Just getting a little heaved around here. It's from within 10 degrees.
It's a holothurian.
Yeah, another holothurian.
All right. We're going to do a quick change here, Andrea.
Okay, great, thank you. So we're at a depth of 3,536 meters, doing just a pilot change right now.
Thank you, guys. Another great shift.
And we've been diving today since about, I think we watched the ROV at 06:30 this
So
morning.
Chris, that
and,
temporary target is the end of that ship move.
Copy that. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
We've got you in the middle of the big box store parking lot. There's
all right.
Nothing around.
Well,
you can
might be able to disprove that.
You can thrash around to your heart's content.
Both lower swing arms are out.
Yeah.
Should be the same on this terrain.
I won't worry about it.
Oh, shrimp. Try to get the shrimp.
Sure, just snap zoom. Looks like the common species we've been observing throughout the course of this
Go
dive.
ahead, video.
Oh yeah, what is that? Can we stop chasing the shrimp and
Okay, zoom out.
go to the right? Wait, before you zoom all the way out, there's this little white directly in front of the small rock. It's white.
Back up.
It looks urchin-like, but I don't believe it is an urchin.
The shrimp swam
So
right
do you see
over
the
top
two
of it.
rocks kind of in the foreground?
Yeah, down.
I'm gonna make a mess. I made a big mess.
Well, that's all right. This too
It'll
shall
blow off
pass.
that direction. If you set up right here, it'll blow off.
So what am I looking at? Watch lead.
It disappeared.
So the rock on the right, that's covered by the sediment cloud right now.
Rock on the right.
You've gone too far.
Okay.
There's two rocks
On my
on
right.
your left now.
On my left. Okay.
The one on the right
Uh-huh.
of those two rocks.
Lower left corner of the screen.
I got it. I'm gonna move back and over.
Yeah.
See, you said I couldn't make a mess.
So, yeah.
Goes away.
Couldn't hurt anything. Okay, if you lateral left.
Okay. Now we're back on track. Do you see the two?
Yeah.
The two rocks. So if you
Two
come
rocks.
in directly in front of the smaller one on the right, there's this little white spiky thing. It's very small. It's probably 20 centimeters or so from that small rock.
All right. Push in. Ah. Let's
Yes.
see if we can hold it.
Yeah, you got two.
Yeah.
Bueno.
And there's two of them.
Go ahead, video, before we...
They are urchins. They're tiny.
Yeah, I'll try to walk.
Bridge now.
How are we doing for time, Dave?
You're
Go ahead now.
fine.
Hey Nick, are we done moving?
You know what? Yeah, we just came to a stop.
Okay.
Okay, video.
Stand by. Let me talk to the pilot.
Sure.
Yeah, just keep it going. There's no sense
Really
stopping at
long,
this
thin
depth.
spines.
Bridge now.
Go
Looks
ahead
like
now.
diameter of the body is just about
We'll
2
add another
centimeters.
100 meters
Perhaps.
Okay, good copy. 100 meters, 240.2.
Is that full
to
zoom?
that. Good copy. Thank you.
No problem.
Now, before you leave,
Yes.
if you tilt up, there'll be a fish right in front
This
of
is quite different from the two
You wanna
species
tilt,
that we
Dave?
saw yesterday. We did see
I'll
two
do it
sideroid
for you.
urchins. But they were both much
Okay.
larger, and the spines were very thick on one of them. The
Fish.
spines
Oh,
had little
my
tiny...
goodness.
Oh!
you. Okay, zoom back in.
Wow, it's a big one. Can we get lasers on him too?
Lasers are on.
Another
Yeah,
Coryphaenoides.
I've seen this in shallow water where we go and stir up sediment and the fish
Are
are attracted.
Yes.
In fact, that's how we got a fish stuck in the propellers about 2 weeks ago.
Can you...
Okay, but now we are
I
starting.
do see
Now
this
we got
chin
it.
barbel.
Okay.
Looking on the... See if there's any... Yep, there's another naphid parasite.
You
One
have
on
your
the
tilt back
prickle,
and
maybe
Alright.
something on the snout
Go.
too. There's something on the very tip.
All right.
Uphill
Sorry,
and
watch lead.
right.
It's time to go.
Did anybody get a size estimate on that fish? I was busy looking at the parasites.
Close to a meter.
What'd you say, Nav?
I'd say close to a meter. It was probably, sorry, half of.
Half a meter?
Half a meter, yeah. I was going to say 5 of the width of the lasers.
And I'm coming right to get on heading, so
yeah, it does. Thank you.
keep her going.
So Chris Ma on Twitter is mentioning.
Okay, I'm on heading.
Okay, get out in front.
This is a tough name, an aspidodematid sea urchin. That was a little difficult. We're at a depth of 3,512 meters. So yeah, if anybody's listening, you want to follow us on Twitter. There's a lot of folks that are taking frame grabs of the video and posting Twitter updates throughout the course of the dive. You can also read our daily updates and mission plan and other things on oceanexplorer.noaa.gov. My name is Andrea Quattrini. I'm a postdoctoral researcher for the U.S. Geological Survey.
And I'm... Andrea is forcing me to speak. And I'm Mike Cheadle, an associate professor at the University of Wyoming. And I'm the geologist. And we're just flying over another piece of carbonate boulder.
And we have amazing pilots and videographers in here, including Chris Ritter. Is that right?
Yes.
And Brian Bingham and Dave Wright. And we have Jared Druniak on video. I was very close. Art Howard here as well, working in the Okeanos control room.
We've come up about 400 meters since we started the dive. Where we are now.
So we're still on this very dominantly muddy slope. We've come up about 400 meters since we started the dive, and we're heading upwards, hoping to find more exciting biology and hoping to find some rock outcrops. The big questions for today were trying to understand this slope. How did it form? It's the west wall of Mona Canyon. And and we're above a massive slope failure feature, a massive slump, which likely occurred maybe over 100 years ago. And we're trying to understand how this process of slope failure works.
Looks like another Brisingid sea star. Brisingid. Interesting that we're seeing it on the sediment like this. We often see these perched on rocks and hard substrates.
Okay, video.
Possibly a Fraiella species? Question mark. We're at a depth of 3,507 meters.
Sorry about the dust. That'll go away.
All right, thank you, pilot.
Okay. Full wide video. Thank you.
pile of rock debris.
Yeah, a little chute maybe coming down the hillside.
Surrounded by some pteropod shells, perhaps. A little white flecks in the sediment.
Indeed.
Catching up to
And pteropods, of course, are pelagic mollusks, so they actually are swimming around in the open ocean, and then eventually, as they die, their tests sink down, their shells sink down, and form a lot of the sediment in the deep sea.
So if Yuri or Jason is there, I'm interested in your thoughts about the apparently extensive mudfields here. If it's a recent slope failure, why are we seeing so much mud?
I'm just writing something for you in the event log.
Thank you, Yuri. Great minds thinking alike.
Hi, Mike. I will help you out. You know, what we don't really know is if we're looking at a recent failure, and certainly from what we've seen, we may be looking at, sort of multiple progressive events of slope destabilization and then background sedimentation. And, once you change, the gradient of the slope, you can accumulate more fine-grained sediments. So I think we're seeing a melange of processes.
Go ahead, video.
Here, as we kind of traverse up the slope. So, it's kind of hard to just, from what we've seen, again, we have a very limited spatial view of the slope here. So, we're seeing bits and pieces of a bigger picture, but I think we're certainly learning a lot about this slope and how it relates to the carbonate platform sequence above, and the overall sort of processes active here in Mona Canyon in terms of slope failure and
pressure
accumulation.
I'll get your tilt.
Thank you.
My theropods floating around there.
Thank you, Jason.
And he becomes a swimming holotherian.
They always do that.
So we were...
Oh, that's cool. You can see the underside of them. Maybe it'll turn. You can see tube feet going down the center.
It's a feature, not a bug.
So another one of these purple holotherians.
Tilting down slow. No, that's me. I got you.
You still got the tilt date?
I still got it.
So thank you, Jason. We just stopped a little look at that holotherian. Yeah, no, I agree. We do end up seeing such a small part of the sequence, and it does make it difficult. But it's an intriguing puzzle to try and solve.
Just getting a nice view of the internal structure of the holotherian. You can see the long gut. Which is, length is always good for animals to assimilate all of that organic matter that they're ingesting. So, pilot, before you move from this spot, if you just pan up, there's an interesting, it looks like a rock, but there's some things around it. I'm just curious.
Tilting
Oh,
up.
that right there on the right. So just debris around, I guess it's debris around a very fresh manganese-coated rock. Okay.
Yeah, come on in, video. And then we'll have to get moving. It's a leaf with a tube worm on it.
Oh, it's a leaf. Not a rock at all.
I think it's a bit of seagrass. And maybe a...
So I wonder what that's from.
Dry land.
Michelle Scher, maybe you know the local flora, I should say, not fauna, but the local flora in the area.
Okie dokie.
Alrighty.
Go.
Time to go.
Ahead and to your
Full
right.
wide. Can you give me tilt back?
Amanda suggests maybe mangrove.
Maybe a mangrove.
We did see a leaf earlier, a sea grape leaf, so there's more than one leaves down here.
I thought it was pretty interesting that the bamboo falls that we were seeing are not native. Bamboo is not native to Puerto Rico. I mean, at least the larger bamboo species. There may be some smaller bamboos, but the Spanish brought bamboo to the area in the 18th and 19th centuries. It's kind of like the earthworm. A lot of people don't realize that the earthworm is an invasive North American species as well, brought over from Europe.
I didn't know that.
Yep. Yep.
What about the...
Does it count as invasive if it's
pervasive?
Good. Pervasive. Oh, I thought you said
No, I said invasive. I mean, yeah, the distinctions between introduced and invasive are there's fine lines. So you could say that something is introduced to an area that's not native, so it's a non-native species or an introduced species. It becomes invasive if it becomes a problem.
It's a nice view in Sirius where you can just see a couple of rocks which had fallen down the side and a little trail behind them. We're coming up to a slightly big lump of rock poking through the mud. In this one, you can clearly see bedding. Bedding are these, when the rock forms, it forms in horizontal layers, and so we can see the planar sheets, which were the original bedding planes. And if we are horizontal, we can see that the bedding is actually dipping, which likely means that this is a loose boulder. It's out of position. It shouldn't have this dip. So my guess would be it's carbonate. It's covered with this iron manganese oxide, but without seeing underneath that surface, it makes it that little bit more difficult to tell. But based on everything else we've seen, I'm going to guess it would be carbonate.
Okay. And going up and pushing out.
Thanks, Brian.
Yep.
Oh, there looks like possibly a few tunicates attached to that rock face. Should have taken a closer look. A few tunicates attached to that rock face. Should have taken a closer look.
Yuri, again, apologies, I've lost the event log, so I can't ask you this question on the event log. But Yuri just wrote in about what these rocks might be at these sorts of levels. And at the bottom of the carbonate sequence, there's a formation called the San Sebastian Formation, which is which consists of much more shaly, sandy, and conglomeratic rocks that we would call plastic rocks. So this formation, although it's part of the sequence, doesn't have as much limestone.
Go ahead, Bruce. Hey,
My question to Yuri is, you wrote estimated maximum thickness 100 meters. And then in outcrop about 328 meters. I'm a little confused about the 100 versus... Oh, you're saying 328 meters here. Can you confirm?
Bridge now.
I'm sorry, I copied it somewhere.
You got
the continuation of the sentence is in the subsurface, it's 328 meters. I think this was in the Toa Baja bowl.
Gotcha. So that's one of the things we find in geology. Formations or units actually vary laterally in thickness. And so sometimes you can drill a hole or measure a thickness in one location and it'll be different elsewhere. And we are talking about these units extending literally hundreds of kilometers, over which distances they could easily vary in thickness. Here we've got a pile of, again, carbonate debris, and it looks like a very, very purple holothurian.
Yeah, can we get a quick snap zoom on the holothurian?
Yes, we can.
Don't know if it's just larger or if it's a different
stand by
species.
one.
Doesn't look as transparent.
Hey, Amanda, there's something... Sorry, Andrea.
Oh,
There's something to the right that's shiny on top of the rock.
I see that too, yeah.
Iridescent.
Yep.
It's trash.
Man.
I think.
Am I going to be able to get over
It
that
looks like
rock?
it's trash. Maybe a can.
Bush beer.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I suppose. No need for 6 years now.
Tilt.
All right.
Just because I see you.
That's real
with a
So,
toe hole.
Andrea,
Yeah.
Wood's hole.
Go ahead, video. Got a can over on the right. You got tilt, Dave?
I got it.
Well,
both your toes in
Yeah, I
one
guess I
rock.
better start answering to a different name too.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right.
So this looks to be a different species of purple holothurian than we have seen
Better than
so
mud.
far. I don't know if we've observed this at all today yet, but definitely different from the last one. We'll get a genus name on this quickly for you.
I think this one's new today.
New today, you don't remember seeing it? I was gone for a little bit. Looking at a paper that recently just came out.
On
By
holothurians.
colleagues at the Smithsonian Institution and the NOAA National Marine Fisheries Systematics Lab. Yeah. Nope, it's not in there. Okay, thank you. And then before we go, can we just get a snap zoom on the trash on the right?
Yep.
See if
Come
we
out
can.
partial. Was right hiding behind a rock.
It's just to the right edge of the screen.
There it is.
It
I
is.
think that is. All right.
My
I think we'll
money's
try to
on,
get it on the fly here. I'll
Okay.
come up.
Come up,
That
pirouette
is
around it.
fine.
You'll probably rotate off one of those toe holds if you try to turn there.
I got
so,
your
yeah.
tilt. I'm tilting you down.
Bush.
Is it a bush can?
Believe so.
When pilot's comfortable, we could get a zoom there.
Get it in the center.
Just as we're moving, if you look to the left, you can clearly see the planar surfaces to
Okay,
that
partial.
lump of rock. And that's the bedding plane. And that shows that that piece
Is
of
that
rock...
enough? Is that enough for an ID on that?
Yeah.
I see the
I don't know,
the eagle and I
CH.
see the eagle and the A.
Yeah.
It's either bush
and
or
the
yak.
mountains. and
I think
Isn't that
that's
interesting that
indicative of a certain species?
marketing can recognize a brand like that?
Probably got to go here.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
Maybe a serpulid tuberm
Full
on
zoom,
that rock.
please.
So I was just commenting that seeing these bedding planes just helps us tell whether things are actually in place or whether they're loose blocks. And given the orientation of the bedding planes of that biggish lump, we can definitely tell that it's not in place. It's another loose boulder that's rolled down the hillside.
Co-pilot, you've got something swimming in your view that you might be able to get. Steady enough.
I see it.
Steady enough in between sets, I think, right now.
Okay, I'm tilting up.
Could be an isopod.
Video, if you can focus on.
See that, Andrew?
I'm sorry, no, what?
Serious view? Looking at possibly an isopod.
Oh, one of the swimming isopods?
Yeah.
Boy, it really can jump. Look at it go.
Oh.
I was trying to get it in between the sets. Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
No, I'm seeing it now. Ah, you know what? That is what we observed. Is that a swimming
Should
isopod?
come down here after this one.
Oh, that's so cool. That's what we saw earlier, that when on our way down, that we got a grab of. And then Mike Vecchione, is he still on the line? I think that's the same.
He's out of the light.
Species that we put the we put it on the I3 feed for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Almost looked like he had paddles.
It did.
Yeah. I think there'll be a really short clip that could be slowed down a bit swimming past D2.
Yeah.
Huh. No idea what that is.
Yeah. On the pause. About running out of tether here any second now.
I will arrest my forward motion.
And we're at a depth of 3,452 meters, 3452. Our temperature right now is about 2.4 degrees C. We have a salinity of 34.9 and dissolved oxygen of 8.06 milligrams per liter. And still just moving upslope. Kind of moving in a southwest direction. Well, we have some time. I just want to thank all of the shoreside participants as well as all the ship crew today. But today we've had Amanda Demopoulos, Jason Shader, Yuri Tenbrink from USGS with Tim Shank at the Hui ECC. Amy Buckler-Taylor's been with us today, as well as Chris Kelly, Eric Cordes, Liz Shea, Lindy Nelson, Mike Vecchione, and Mike Ford.
Another Holotherian.
Randy Singer, Santiago Herrera, Scott France, Stephanie Farrington, Dan Distel has called on the line, Graciela, Garcia Molinaire on the line, and Michelle Scher from the University of Puerto Rico, and also the Interspace Center in Rhode Island, including Catalina Martinez, Casey Cantwell, Brian Kennedy. Thank you all for making this happen.
And thank you, Andrea.
Watch leader, are these different colorations? Are these trails?
Looks like it, yeah. Likely from the sea cucumbers.
Just trying to avoid that cloud.
Just
push through it.
What was it Churchill said?
He said a lot of things.
I won't repeat it.
Oh, it was one of those.
It's appropriate.
And we're seeing little trails of boulders. You can see the little depression extending up off the screen down which the boulders have rolled. All these little clasts are coming off some sort of rock face higher up above us.
What does your wire out say, Dave?
We're looking at 34, 35 meters. Tension right at, it's oscillating around.
Video, you want to see if you can get that on the fly here? So your depth is more than your wire out.
Sea Star.
440. It's within 5 meters. It's just the wire stretches. It's not a perfect solid. It has some elasticity. I bet there's a number. I bet you can calculate that.
Got a spreadsheet open.
Well,
yeah, look at that.
So it's 5 parts and 350 parts.
So we have another 6th-arm Brisingid Sea Star.
You want to go in full video quick? Yeah.
I feel like every time I venture an ID with these Brisingas, I'm getting it wrong.
Right.
I'm going to say it's Freast.
Full wide video.
Daria or Freastera.
Thank you.
That's completely wrong.
Probably.
I'm just joking. As you know, I would not know.
Ooh, I think I was right via Twitter.
Good job.
We'll see.
Good job.
And I got a props
Got any
from
hints
Christopher
for today,
Ma, too.
Dave?
Thanks,
Any
Chris.
hints?
Yeah, the giving it big pushes was a good hint yesterday.
Yeah. Shove and coast. Might try some experiments with trying to move vertically very quickly and then stop yourself.
So, Jason, if you're still there, back to this comparison with the dive that you did with Hercules, with the Nautilus, which was higher up the slope, and we're actually starting to approach the bottom of your dive. I think you started at about 2,800 meters.
Snap zoom on that video.
Did you see these continuous muddy slopes like we're seeing now?
Nothing. Full wide, please.
We did not. It was very steep cliff exposures of mostly of what appears to be the carbonate platform sequence. So I think the whole dive was pretty much up a wall without a lot of benches. I think there was some benches here and there, but mostly it was a I won't say vertical, but certainly very, very, very steep wall that didn't have a lot of sediment on it.
Thank you. It's good to know that contrast and understand that further up the slope there must be some steeply dipping rocks, or sorry, a steep rock face is what I should say. And here it looks like we're coming up to another big lump that almost certainly has just fallen down.
Let's see if anything is colonizing this big lump.
Let's go for it. I see a sponge.
I do too.
I see a barnacle on the right that Tim's going to ask us for.
Helix.
Yeah.
You see a barnacle?
Yeah, right on the right. All right, can we do a quick zoom on the sponge?
Is that a barnacle, right?
So we were looking at this earlier. It looks like it has several, I would guess, zoanthid associates. They could be anemones.
Yeah, bridge coming up on the end of the move here.
Roger that. We'll add another 100.
Good copy.
Thank you.
What's interesting is that we often see certain species of zoanthids, which are a type of cnidarian, associated with particular species of sponges, and we can see this across very large regions. So the same zoanthid sponge association off of Ireland can be seen in the Western Atlantic or even further south in the Caribbean. It's pretty interesting. So we have a video lost back on shore. Oh, the feed is back. And is that a gooseneck barnacle? I see it now.
Okay, video, zoom at will.
Oh, looks like it. Tiny one. We're looking at
this is the same one that we saw before. Same orientation and everything on the rock face.
Yeah, that camera's
there we go.
A little fuzzy.
Is that good on the barnacle, watch lead?
Oh yeah, good, thank you.
All right. Full wide, please, video. We got time, Dave, to look around the rock?
That's great, thank you.
Got a little time here.
So we're going to take a pan around the rock.
So if you were trying to sit down here, Brian, it wouldn't look at the altitude because that comes from DVO and that's at the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
Way down slope.
Video watch lead. They've lost video feed here and there back at shore. Just thought I'd pass that. Share that with you. Yeah.
So Dave, we established that Auto XY is not good enough for...
Well, it didn't seem to, it seemed its coordinate
back at
system
home.
was
That's
not
all I know.
relative to the vehicle, it was relative to
yeah,
north
multiple
up.
people.
caused a lot of confusion. I don't know where we are on that.
No, it's I-1.
So any of this of interest, watch the. Maybe snap zoom on
Yeah, let's do snap zoom. I was counting the arm, sorry. So there's 8 here. The other one was a 6-arm Versingid, so I'm guessing this is a different species. And maybe this is Freyella.
Go on in video.
That's good, thank you.
Okay.
Time is growing short.
Full wide, please, video. Thank you.
To your right and up the hill. Just for an exercise, try to get up the hill as fast as you can.
All right.
Just to see what you got in the bag there.
Okay, we're at a depth of 3,413 meters.
You'd like to have 50% more, wouldn't you?
Well, I just want you to know what you
No,
have
yeah,
available.
yeah.
Because in a panic is not the time to wonder if you're going to make it or not.
Yeah, you're not going to get on the I-5 on-ramp with this, but
If you think, you got to think a little bit ahead. I mean, once it gets rolling, then stopping it is equally of concern. But it will move. It's kind of like an SUV. It's even scarier when it's going fast. But
right.
And we still have about 2 hours and 20 minutes left of the dive.
Okay, you're in the clear, and I'm on heading.
For those of you back on shore
I'm going
wondering.
to center up before we start.
Okay.
Looking around.
I've come a little right because of the tether drag, but it'll come back when you settle down there.
Quite a bit of sediment that we're going over, just scattered rocks. Rock debris, rock rubble coming from the slope above.
So, Dave, why don't you try to take another estimate at the slope here? It looks like it's turning ever so slightly.
Yeah, we are not going directly up the slope. It is.
No.
But I don't know what our mission goal is, whether to.
Okay. So, let me talk to Watchley's. Watchley's Nav, did you copy that whole
Nope,
exchange?
I did not.
Okay. We're noticing now that the uphill direction is
more southerly.
More southerly than 240, which is what we're currently doing and the ship is doing.
Okay.
If you'd like to keep the mission directly uphill, make a small change here.
Yeah, I guess so. Can we zoom out and see?
Yeah.
Like, we want to go towards waypoint 2. I've kind of lost track of where it is.
Yes, that's good. Waypoint 2 ROV end?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, we'll...
Yeah, we're on track to land there.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep.
Okay. So, not uphill. The end target is a priority.
Yes, within 50 meters or so.
Roger that. Thanks.
Yeah, that should be the steepy, outcroppy region. You see the compression, contraction of the contours there. You Get some craggy terrain.
Looks like these, this rock debris comes down in kind of these like linear swaths. Linear.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is it actually forming little channels that above there somewhere there's a steep slope, and those rocks are rolling down in little sediment channels. You can actually see there's a subtle little depression often where the rocks are.
Yeah, the Sirius view gives you a good look at that.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. That's a really nice view.
So Dave, I'm going to adjust our course now, because if I don't, then by the time I get to the end of this shoot move, we'll just be going directly along. So, unless you would like to do that. Or just more straight line from here to there is what I was going to do.
Oh yeah. So you're gonna divert a little bit more northerly.
Right.
Then. Yeah. Understood. Yeah.
Okay.
Another holothurian on the right.
Brian, could we just quickly turn on the lasers just to put a scale on these things?
They are on, and they are very close together.
Got it. Thank you.
Bridge now.
Go ahead now.
Hey Nick, can we cut this move a little short here and adjust?
Yeah, you want me to come to an easy stop?
Affirmative.
You got it.
And I have another move when you're ready. Good.
Good copy. All right, Nav, we're settled out here, ready to make the next move.
Okay, copy that. Still 100 meters, 190 degrees, 2/10.
Okay, 100 meters, 190 at 2/10 of a knot.
Good copy, thank you.
Hey, is our ditch direction still 045?
Let me confirm that looks right. High pack, let me zoom out in a second. I'll get right back.
Good copy.
From here, it's looking like almost north.
Yeah.
When we get into the steeps, it's going to be north.
Yeah.
But I think yeah.
Northeast is fine.
And we're at a depth of 3,388 meters.
Bridge now.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, ditch it will be northeast.
Right, I'm going to sidle over.
Okay, good copy.
Right.
Thanks.
So Jason and Yuri, if you're there, we've talked about how the canyon formed, and we've talked about a lot of other geology, but what about the carbonate platform itself? Can you give us a little rundown on where and how the carbonate platform formed and what happened to it after it formed?
Hey, Bridge, can we come to an easy stop? I think I told you wrong heading there.
Good copy.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not a carbonate, geologist, but as you know, many parts of the low latitude, tropics to maybe subtropics, shallow seas have a large, high rate.
Yeah, my apologies. 100 meters.
All of Florida,
260 degrees.
Made carbonate
2/10.
platform.
Okay, copy. 100 meters, 260.
The world like that. They were also other
Thank you.
geological times in the past where it was very widespread in a lot of other places.
Do a snap zoom, please.
And sometimes you find them in northern latitudes because, plectonics has moved them much further north than where they were originally formed. You can think of environments like that in kind of, today's where you have reefs like the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, and you have areas accumulating behind them, more shallow lagoons and a bit quieter. The reefs are trying to grow all the time. They break down by the action
for a little bit here, but new
and
adjusted
often the cement is being
260
cut back behind the reef. Sometimes there are several levels of reefs and stuff like that. So you accumulate, you produce, you can think a biogenic rock to start with. And that biogenic rock is deposited, and if this happens over a long time and at high rates, you could actually get quite thick carbonate platforms. And we see that here in Puerto Rico, where we have probably close to 1,500 meters thick carbonate platform that has been active, I would say, in the last 25 to 30 million years. What else should we add here?
I mean, that's great, Yuri. So then just tell us how it got to its position now. So the carbonate was laid down
another medusa
from about
jellyfish
30 million years ago, but now it's tilted and heading offshore.
Yeah, but it wasn't only that it was deposited 30 million years ago.
Sure.
It had been deposited throughout the last 30 million years. Perhaps one thing that I failed to say. Yeah, it's still being deposited, as Jason said, while he's not chewing. But the other interesting thing for people who are interested in tectonics and movement of the Earth is those areas usually are deposited in very stable, tectonically stable environments. So that basically tells us that throughout the time that the reefs were deposited, not much was going on in terms of large folds or mountain buildings or things of that sort. Otherwise, you wouldn't get it. For example, reefs really do not like high influx of sediments. And if you start building a big mountain range nearby and there's a lot of erosion and the sediments come down, they will smother and the reef by having the water much less clear. And so by seeing reefs in different parts of the world that they are formed during times when not much has happened tectonically. Now, this reef over here in Puerto Rico was probably formed during that time, because prior to that there was another phase where there was some compression and deformation and some uplift in this area. That was prior to 30 million years ago, 25 to 30 million years ago. But the carbonate platform is no longer active in the area where we are diving right now, because perhaps it was about 3.5 million years ago. The entire platform suddenly tilted northward, and the explanation we have, but it's so far just a hypothesis, and we haven't been able to totally prove it, is that something happened to the downgoing North American tectonic plate as it is going down under Puerto Rico. And that probably that plate or slab or somehow collapsed. But let's look at the geology right now, because
Yes. Thank you, Yuri. That's great. We found this, looks like a chute coming down the slope in the carbonate. You can clearly see the carbonate. And so the ROV guys, of course, are on the case. And it'd be cool to just see what we can see here. If we can maybe just follow it up slope.
I think we got enough room to do that, Dave.
I'm coming at you.
I mean, there appears to be two of these things. We're in one, and there appears to be another one to the right, maybe. And clearly the carbonate has been scoured, perhaps, to be exposed. You can see the white rock. Jason Chater is typing in and explaining that this is has a channel, or the word we sometimes use for this in geology is a rill morphology.
Can you perhaps again kind of scratch some of the white rocks for to see how soft and hard they are?
Watch your swing arms going up.
My question is going to be simpler. What do you think the scale of this thing is? I mean, I guess the serious view suggests that it's a couple of meters across and meter deep.
You can zoom in on sonar and give you a better answer.
Turn the lasers on.
There they are.
I'd pick if you want to do that, pick a spot at the top of one of those.
Yeah. Brian? Yeah, thank you. Brian, could you turn the lasers on, please?
The lasers are on.
Oh, they're on. We just can't see them. Sorry.
Right in them, they're pretty far away.
Yeah,
so
okay. Thank you. It just shows you how big it is.
Do not be distracted.
Yeah, I know. I started, my hand was on the...
And we have a holothurium as well.
There's a red shiny thing in front of me.
And another one.
You want to get his mini Zeus in position if that is still the plan.
Yeah. I'm corrected. Mike Ford says it was jellyfish.
If we're gonna do that, I wanted to get up here a little bit.
Yeah, sure. That's not a bad spot, actually.
So, watch lead, is it still a request to try to put our toe into this and see?
If you could put your toe on some of the white stuff, I mean, if not, don't worry, but the white, not the gravelly stuff, so the stuff that's maybe directly on the left or a little bit up on screen, if you pan up a little bit, there's
another little,
just
like that,
just
over there that's,
yeah,
looks almost from this way layered.
Don't know if you can
get there
from here.
Well, I think there's more of it to our right.
Yeah, I mean, but something like that. Not so much the brown mud, but something that looks like the solid rock poking through.
There you go.
There's some pieces that came down the hill.
But don't worry.
Yeah, I don't know, watch lead. I think I may have, unless there's more of it over here,
don't worry.
Missed our opportunity.
No worry.
Now we're going to get it more into the steeps here.
Okay.
As we go.
Well, that was cool. That was a little channel that had been cut and exposing the limestone, and we might be running into that sort of terrain now because it looks like this might be another one. Again, Brian, that kind of stuff would be fun to play with if it at all possible.
I think discretion is the better part of valor, and I'm going to let Dave, if he would like to do that.
You want me to go and ram into the curve? Okay.
Understood.
It's pretty fun. I can do that.
All right.
Put my shoes back on here.
All right. It's interesting, Mike. It looks like there are some black stripes.
Yeah, so that could be the bedding showing through.
What you do
And in which case I would guess that this is steep or moderately dipping into the slope.
Okay. Understood.
Don't worry, guys. If it's a problem, don't worry.
Oh, it's not a problem. We were just discussing trying out one of the features of our system, but not sure what the result might be. Just be a moment.
Can we zoom on the dark layer to see if it's a curve or whether, you know?
Sure. Thank you. So, Dave, two tasks really. The black bands that you can see to your left, or just left of center, if we could investigate those with cameras, I mean, just see what they are, see if there's that. And then the other request is to try and land on the white stuff and see how hard, soft it is.
Understood.
That delta's 20, Dave. I'll come down a little bit.
And we're still moving 260.
Yeah, we're going perpendicular to this.
Yeah, copy that.
Okay, video, let's get some zoom and look at this dark light area right under the lasers here.
So, forgive me, Dave, but actually the bands that, if you...
Okay, wide, please.
Zoom out again, yeah. So the second lot of rocks on the left, you see a band just in the top right-hand corner at the moment.
Top right-hand corner.
So, yeah. Sorry, top left. Sorry,
yes.
It's my left and right. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. So you see that band there, and then there's another one above it. We were interested in what that was. And it looks like it's just a little scarp in the outcrop. And so, Uri, do you think we're seeing bedding? That's bedding dipping steeply into the hill slope?
Yes, and those bands actually probably were once filled with some softer sediments, and those softer sediments were cleared out, you know?
Absolutely. Dave, that was great.
But, yeah.
Just what we needed. And so then the only other thing is hardness test, if that's possible.
Well, that's why Brian put me in the driver's seat, so
here you
if I dent the car, I have to explain it to Father.
So this bedding or layering is telling us that this piece of rock is out of place because it's steep, relatively steeply dipping into the face of the slope, and so it means it's a slump block that's slid down the hillside.
I'm going to turn my head a little bit, Dave, just to capture this on video.
It budged a little bit there. It's quite consolidated.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
Don't swing.
Thank you, Dave.
When you leave, Dave.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it looks pretty hard, isn't it?
That was good.
Cool, Dave. That was great.
I'd book it on over there, at least make sure there's not any outcroppings.
Right.
And again, there's a nice view in Sirius where we've clearly happened
I'm
upon
bringing my head around. I'm at
rock
180.
outcrop again. You can see the bedding there dipping almost vertically in this shot as we pass by it. And so we've come upon some massive outcrops of the limestone again. But probably out of place. If that really is bedding and it's steeply dipping, it's probably a large block that's slipped and rotated down the hillside, because we would normally expect for this platform to have a very gentle dip for the layering to be approximately horizontal.
The other possibility is it's a rotated block because of the normal fault.
Absolutely.
Bridge, Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
We had another 50 to that same move.
You got it.
5-0, thank you.
My heading.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Brian, if he's listening.
You're welcome.
It did act much more like very dense mud than a solid rock, though, because it did yield
right
to impact.
Thanks, Dave. It probably, I mean, the outside of this thing is probably reasonably soft. Certainly you are, or the sled of the ROV is going to be harder than this rock.
Could be a fish down there.
Did I hear a fish?
Which is good news, I guess.
And we're at a depth of 3,360 meters.
Might be tugging you, Brian. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But you were trying to come to 260, weren't you?
Yeah.
Or
have just a little bit stretched out.
yeah, let me
Well, there it is.
split the difference with you.
It's like another fairly large grenadier.
Watch lead, Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
We will get to this target before our dive is up. Do you have a plan after that, or just uphill?
Let me confer with shoreside.
Okay. I'll zoom out a little bit, give you guys an idea of the contour.
Shoreside, we are going to be getting to the second waypoint. I guess we can continue on up. We still haven't connected up to that Nautilus dive. That's correct? Yeah. Okay, so we'll continue on up, Nav.
Okay. Up is in just uphill. It kind of curves around here a little bit.
Yeah, correct.
Great, Andrea.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Can we get a snap zoom on the fish before we...
Yeah, we're going to do that. Yeah, another Coryphonoides.
Thanks.
Coming into view. Yeah, go ahead, video.
So I'm over 250. Rises to the left.
Okay, great. Thank you. Video should be back online, working a little better.
Zoom fish. All that. Thank you.
There we go. Another grenadier, Coryphonoides. I don't see any ectoparasites on this side. Maybe on the other. But turn, show us right side. Nope.
Andrea, would that scarring come from predators, or is he just really old?
That would come from predators.
Yeah.
You just scraped up against something.
Yeah.
What was it, about 30 to 40 centimeters? Oh, I see a couple ectoparasites right behind the pectoral and back on the body on this side. I can't believe how amazing this imagery is, that you could actually count again the scale rows between the lateral line and the dorsal fin. You could count all of the rays in the dorsal and anal fins. That's amazing. These are useful characteristics for identification.
Right on up to you, dude. There you go.
And this is in a family known as Macraridae, grenadiers and rat tails, very common in the deep sea and extremely diverse. And don't believe there are any shallow water macrarids. They're exclusively a deep sea family.
And there he went. Hide, please.
So, Andrea, consistently we're seeing parasites on these fish. Is that a common thing?
Yeah, that's something that we're actually starting to tune into a little more.
Sure. Lighten him up.
Amanda Demopoulos started this a couple years ago when we were looking at all the fishes in the canyons off of the northeast, and we started noticing several copepod and nathid parasites, as well as isopods, larger isopod parasites on several fishes. And we're still learning about
that view still takes my breath away a little bit.
I'm going back down.
Of host parasite interactions in the deep sea. So
right,
it is
wide,
fairly
please.
common. We don't see parasites on all species. We don't see them on all individuals of the same species, but more information that we collect using these direct observation methods. The collections would be nice too, to be able to identify the parasites, but we get a better idea
Dave,
with
my head
images
is
such as
260.
this.
I'm looking down at you.
The prevalence
Sweet.
of parasites.
Up we go.
Such as
Tyrolean traverse.
And I'm sure the collections will come, won't they, Brett?
Coming up a little rill here.
Tim Shank and Scott France have to leave us for a while, and I just wanted to say thank you. Without you guys, I'd certainly be in trouble.
Please pardon the interruption. Your conference contains less than 3 participants at this time. If you would like to continue, press star 1 now, or the conference will be terminated.
So we're following another one of these apparent channels, or at least where the
I'm going to move my heading over and
current has scoured away the mud to expose the carbonate beneath.
And it just goes and goes and goes. I'm going to run out of tether, but here's some more of that mixture of light and dark.
Yeah. Thanks, Dave.
Let me know if I start to tug you, Brian.
I think you got some room.
we're at a depth of 3,343 meters.
Jason just chimed in on the event log and just pointed out that these channels are probably due to flows which contain sediment. So it's the sediment in the bottom of the flows which are chewing away at the surface of the limestone to form the channels.
I actually just got an email from Adela Roa Verone, who actually studies macrarids, and she studies the evolution and systematics of this group, and she's been following along with the dives, and we've been communicating, and she says that we have at least 2 species of Coryphaenoides, which is very cool. So we've seen 2 different species today. Don't have a species name on them yet, but species 1 and species 2, which is a great start.
There's a little scrape test for you, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I saw that. Presumably it was reasonably hard.
Yeah.
A fair bit harder than the one when you went into it. It just kind of...
Again, the view out of Sirius is really nice. I think you can see in that picture lines going across which are almost horizontal, and again that's the bedding again, which suggests that the bedding is steeply dipping here into the hillside. There it is. You can see it in the D2 view as well. You can see the bedding dipping from the center of the screen to the left. And Dave, that's presumably a steepish face.
Quite steep. I'll give you a view here in a moment.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. We're at a depth of 3,338 meters.
And this really is beautiful outcrop. So Jason, Yuri, do you think, I mean, what do you think? We can clearly see the bedding. It's clearly dipping towards the slope. Any guesstimate of the dip? I mean, is this gently dipping? Any thoughts?
One day, perhaps, if we have more than just 2 lasers, but we have at least 3, or perhaps we can generate 4 or 5. You can tell how deeply it really dips right now.
We're coming.
Anyone guess, because you also have to know exactly what the attitude of the vehicle is. And you have to correct for that.
Sure. So Dave,
yeah.
Are we approximately, so what I'm trying to guess is, can we figure out the dip of those layers? They look like they're going into the hillside. So can we set up the ROV absolutely horizontal, pointing along the slope, right angles to the slope, parallel to the slope,
Parallel, yeah, working on that.
Because I want to try and judge how the angle at which those planar layers are dipping into the slope.
I'm going to have to, now see, my camera's looking down, so what I'm going to do first is bring it to horizontal.
Bridge, Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
You want more shit move for you?
Sure.
50 meters. 250 degrees. 210.
Okay, good copy. 50 meters at 250 at 210.
So I guess the critical thing, Dave, the camera's now horizontal, right?
As
best you can do.
Best I can do. It says 0, and within the precision of the
Absolutely, that will do. And so, what would you judge those layers are now dipping to the right about?
Let's see. Well, I'm looking along the face.
Right. So, what we're trying to do is... Uri?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason. I think we're seeing sort of several dips, at least apparent dips here.
Okay, carry on.
The ones we're looking at right now, I'm not going to try and guess. Like, they're dipping as much as my pen is up towards the screen. But when you go above this in the more smooth section, you can see some layers in there as well. And they appear to be dipping at a different angle than these ones. So,
yeah, right. I'm going to rise up.
Be expected
Sure.
In a layered outcrop.
Sure. That's what we need to know. Dave, thank you very much. That was great.
There's another these lighter blue. Well, it seems to be parallel to what was below it.
Yeah. Right there. You know,
And one thing I can do is,
without putting an inclinometer and a compass on them,
it's tricky.
It's hard to know.
So what did you get with your pen? Come on, make a guess. You had your pen dangling there. What did you get?
It was an easy 17.5.
Easy 17.5. There's that accuracy from a US.
80. I had a bit too much coffee this morning, so variable dip.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Dave. That was great. I mean, these are really spectacular cliffs.
Yep, Dave, my heading's 210.
Oh, I must dash off to the right? Is that what you're telling me?
Duck and dash. Duck and dive. Pretty spectacular view in Sirius.
Hey, Jeff. Good.
Okay, we're just doing a pilot change. Looks like. We're losing Brian, Dave, and Chris for Jeff, Todd, and Jim Newman. We're at a depth of 3,333 meters, 3333. And we've been diving. We launched the ROV today at 0630 and conducted midwater transects today from depths of 800 to 1,200 meters. So we were actually looking for the fauna that lives in the pelagic zone. So we did 10-minute transects in each of those depths at 800, 900 meters all the way to 1,200 meters. And we arrived at the bottom, I want to say, around 10:30 in the morning. I have to look back at the chat room. I think it was somewhere around 10:30 this morning. And we've been diving all day along the west wall of Mona Canyon. Started at a depth of about 3,900 meters. It's been a great dive for geology, but in the beginning of the dive we did see several sea pens, Umbellula octocorals, as well as a couple black corals in the beginning of the dive. Several fish today, mostly the grenadier coryphonoides, but we also did see a deep sea lizardfish. There's that one. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I thought I saw another fish in view. Yeah, maybe. We'll have to take a zoom of that. Pilot, before you go move away from this area, I think there may be a fish in view.
Where to, Andrea? I'm in the seat, ready now.
Okay, I think there's a fish. Let me see, I gotta find it now. Can you pan down just a little? No, I guess I lost it. Thank you, Chris. You can continue.
Okay.
Pilot.
Would you mind giving us the 1-minute brief of what the goal is?
We're coming to
Oh, sorry, go
ROV
ahead.
end within 50 meters and then going up from there probably.
Is there a question?
Yeah, watch later. Could you give us an idea what you're looking for at this point?
Yeah, have we reached the second waypoint yet?
I think we're very close to it.
Very close. We're just going to continue on the same path, continue upslope until we have to leave bottom.
Okay. He's been going more or less across the the topography here. So we should see, if you want to go upslope, we need to adjust to the south, looks like.
No, just the same track that we were on towards that waypoint, and then we'll continue in that direction.
Okay.
We
so
definitely want to hit that waypoint.
Well, we're within 10 meters of it right now.
Oh, are we? Okay.
And it's still moving.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Is there something special about that spot?
No, we continue. We had a dive in this area a couple years ago with the Nautilus, and so we were trying to kind of stay on the same track that dive followed.
Okay.
So the way that those two waypoints were set was the direction of the transect that we wanted to make, and so from the second waypoint, we'll just continue up.
Excuse me, bridge nav.
Nav, you're coming
Jason,
up on
did
the
you
end of
hear
your
that
move here.
discussion? Discussion is, do you want to turn and go straight up slope, or continue to travel across the slope at an angle? Do you mind?
I think traveling across the slope is fine. What this will do is bring us
Do you
up
want to bring
to,
the
if we go
port side
directly
lower swing arm
here,
up at an angle, Jeff, please?
we end up at a bench.
Maybe both, slightly up at an angle.
That is wider at this point than it is if we kind of go
Yeah, copy, yeah.
sort of angle up the slope. So I think this works. This is
Okay.
where we need to be.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Dan, snap zoom.
Okay, watch leader. So you want to continue on the same?
That's fine.
The same vector.
Yep.
Bridge nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, we'd like to start another move, going 50 meters, 50 meters, bearing 250 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Good copy. 50 meters, bearing 250 at 0.2 knots.
That's right. Thank you.
Good copy.
All right, your lowers are up at an angle now.
Okay, I'm going to let him drift off screen.
Another swimming holothurian.
Turn back the way we were.
So pilot and co-pilot, we're going to continue on the same trajectory we were on.
250?
250. Going sort of diagonally up the slope.
250 diagonally up the slope for what distance?
I told him 50 meters, but I think it'll get extended indefinitely.
Okay. All right. So I will try to sort of shimmy sideways, looking partially up the slope and partially along the slope. Is that the idea?
I think that's right.
Okay.
Hello, Mom.
Who's whispering?
Yeah, you might have a fish or something there, or something swimming at least.
That's another.
Oh, it's holothurian. Yeah.
Is it too close? Is it not in my lights?
It's out there a little ways. Let me try bringing your...
Go ahead. The holothurian.
Video, watch lead, can we get the quad view back on the screen back here? Thank you. Another purple holothurian. I think the scientists back on shore would rather see the quad view instead of us in the control van.
Thank you.
Sorry, Todd. There you
No
are.
problem. You're fine. I'll scoot out there.
good there.
Another Holothurian?
Lots of those little guys.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or is tracking been pretty bad this whole cruise?
It's been bad down at 4,000 meters because we're at 4,000 meters. It was spot on yesterday at shallow.
Was it?
Yeah, I was watching just how beautiful it was. Say,
can we get a zoom on the squat lobster?
You bet. Stand by. Let me settle in. Okay, start to go in.
I think this is our first squat lobster of the day, isn't it? Haven't seen one yet all day. I believe this is a Munidopsis. But we have Martha Nizinski online. Maybe she'll comment.
I have a sticky toe hold standby. I'll send it up.
And we also observed this species on our first two deep dives that we made.
To illuminate this better.
Dive 1 and dive 2. This species appears to be common at these depths, at least.
Do you want to go in on his eyes and his little, I don't know what you call them, little pinch your feeler things? Well, I had him centered. Sorry. We go partial. My toe hold is not so.
Is that a coral there too?
On the left, yeah.
Yeah, can we get a zoom in on that as well?
Okay. How are we doing, Jeff? You getting over top of me?
Starting to. Looking pretty good. Got a little while.
Okay, video. Yep.
Having trouble with my camera doing what I tell it to do again. There it goes. Looking at about 70 degrees.
Not a coral, but a sponge. Potentially a cladorizid.
Take it.
It's got an interesting tip on it.
Starting to
it's like
around.
Flattened, like a paddle almost.
Okay, I think we should get moving. There's definitely a vertical feature just to your left.
Yeah.
Which will traverse along, right?
Yeah, this is. Yeah.
We should maybe I'll climb a little bit to.
So squat lobsters aren't really true lobsters. Some of you may be thinking when you hear the word lobster, like a Maine lobster, a spiny Caribbean lobster. And if you look at one of those lobsters, you see the long tail coming out. But these squat lobsters are also flattened dorsoventrally, but the tail is actually tucked up underneath the body. And there's several genera of galatheoid squat lobsters that occur all over the world, from shallow to deep waters. Oftentimes you see them to be different colors, red, pinkish,
Bridge.
Yesterday we saw almost a translucent squat lobster.
Go ahead, Bridge.
And
Coming
then
up
this
on
white
the end of the move
species
here, less than
Unidopsis
5
we
meters.
often see
Okay, let's
colonize
go
in
ahead and
deeper
extend
depths.
it another 50, please.
Good copy.
Looking a little better at this depth.
Okay.
If you want to just slide along. Get out from under me.
We're at a depth of 3,330 meters. Another sponge.
Another channel coming down the slope. Again, all these rocks are part of the massive platform carbonate sequence that's at least 1 kilometer to 1.5 kilometers thick. And so we're in the kind of middle of the west wall of the Mona Canyon, diving on part of this big limestone sequence that you can find all the way across the north coast of Puerto Rico and offshore north towards the Puerto Rico Trench.
And the temperature here is 2.4 degrees C, 8.0 milligrams per liter for dissolved oxygen, and the salinity is 34.9. That's a question for Mike, I guess. Do you need any zooms on the rock faces?
Thank you, guys. Probably not. I mean, we kind of know what this rock is. It's a limestone rock. If we see anything very different, we might want to zoom, but really we're just trying to follow it up slope.
I've been moving pretty fast. Wouldn't have a whole lot of time to stop and zoom right now.
Okay, don't worry, especially with that steep face. We understand.
Like
There are a lot of swimming holothurians right now.
Yeah.
We have seen several of these throughout the dive, but all of a sudden they seem
well.
to be a little more abundant here. And again, we're at a depth of 3,320 meters, 3,320.
Especially since the wall did that little, and you followed it along.
Yeah, I had to really climb up for a while.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hola, how are you?
It's a nice view.
I'm back.
I was actually just thinking, wow, it would be a great time for a Spanish translation.
Well,
sure, why not? But first you have to tell me if you've seen any other fish.
We observed a few other coryphaenoides with the rat tail, but I don't recall any other species. There was the deep-sea lizardfish Bathysaurus earlier, but mostly just coryphaenoides today.
Okay, so I have some comments from yesterday. You know, some fishermen, fishers actually sent me emails last night and texts, and they told me that the that one of the fish that we saw, if we had followed it, we would have found the snappers.
Oh, yeah?
And I told them that they should have texted me at the time when we were looking at that so that we could, turn around and go look for them. So they've been paying a lot of attention to the videos and the show here. And they are responding with, additional information regarding, what they want to know what kind of lights we're using, whether we should use other colored lights, etc. So I will be sending you an email at some point with some of the comments that they've had.
Oh, great. Yeah, and we can answer those questions as well.
Okay. But let me go to the Spanish version.
Yes, just real quick, though.
Mike, we are...
Graciela.
Yes?
Oh, what fish, if we would have followed, would we have found the snappers? Was it the slope bass, the slope temperate bass?
It was one that they call toro. Let me think. I don't have my notes from yesterday. Yes, I do. So let me see. But I'll send it to you in the email. Let me find my notes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And their comment, and I'll send it to you later on in an email. And apparently, you're keeping some kind of blog. So I was thinking about writing a couple of paragraphs for that.
That would be great.
From
We would love
with their comments.
Yeah, we would love it for you to do that. Yeah, we'll put you in touch with Casey.
So
Casey would be the contact person. So what's really interesting that we're talking about yesterday's dive, and I was going to bring this up if we got another dive in Mona Passage, but we did see one fish. We weren't sure what it was. It was barred red and white. It was very small, just a few centimeters, and had a black ocellated tail spot. And it's up that it is a genus of Labridae of a certain type of wrasse that has not yet been described, but has been collected and is in the process of being described as a new species to science, which is very cool. So that was a great find. So
that's excellent, and not only that, but the photograph that we're taking was just amazing.
Amazing, absolutely.
Yeah.
Nah, bridge.
So I told the fishers also about that because they cooperated with us. And they have allowed us to describe some of the species that they've harvested. So they're also keeping track of that.
I'm just trying to keep my sonar return at a safe
Okay,
distance.
so I'm going to go into the Spanish version now. So we're still at 3,320 meters.
We are now at 3,308 meters.
Just extend them another 50 meters.
Great.
I'm just going to keep doing it until you tell me to slow down or stop.
Okay, buenas tardes. Aquí estamos en el Cañón de la Mona, en la cara oeste del cañón. La profundidad es de 3.308 metros, una temperatura de 2.4 grados centígrados, con el oxígeno disuelto de 8.4 miligramos por litro y una salinidad que no habíamos reportado antes, la salinidad de 34.9 partes por millón. Estaba hablando con Andrea ahora de la buceada que tuvimos ayer, que fue mucho más, una profundidad menor a la que estamos viendo ahora, pero en esta área mayormente están los geólogos mirando a ver si encuentran alguna estructura diferente a lo que mayormente se ve. Lo que están viendo es piedra caliza, es la típica formación de esta área, y están sencillamente moviendo el robot por esta área para ver si encuentran alguna diferencia de lo que están viendo. Se ven áreas donde ha caído sedimento, donde está deslizándose por el talud de la pared, una pared casi vertical, y lo más que se está viendo hasta ahora son los estudios, tanto los de fondo como los que nadan, que son los que pasan de vez en cuando por enfrente de la pantalla. Me reportan que no han visto más peces excepto de los que se vieron esta mañana, así es que nosotros aquí en el Consejo de Pesca estamos pendientes a ver si aparecen peces adicionales. En adición, Andrea reportó que ayer se encontró una especie que retrataron, porque quienes están retratando son los pilotos que están en el barco, una especie nueva que ya se está desviando porque ya había un espécimen que se había recogido y con esta fotografía pues se confirma presencia de ese espécimen y vivo, unos colores extraordinarios, que todos pensamos de primera intención que era un serránido, pero resulta que es familia de los lábridos, y el lábrido más conocido que hay en esta área es el tan. Pero este es un pececito relativamente pequeño. Así es que esta es la información que tenemos hasta el momento. Es impresionante que se pueda descubrir, y probablemente hay muchas otras especies que se podrían descubrir si la exploración se llevase a cabo con más frecuencia. Quiero aclarar para las personas que están pensando que alguien está en los robots, son los robots que están buceando solo. Voy a interrumpir porque Andrea probablemente quiere hablar sobre el asunto. Andrea, you want to say anything about what you're watching?
Yeah, we're trying to get a better zoom of it. It's don't believe it's a coral. Whether it's a sponge or a bryozoan, can't quite tell yet. But we're going to go back in for a better look, hopefully.
Until holds are squishy.
And yeah, I'm sorry, I started looking at the Sirios depth.
Okay, go ahead in.
The ROV depth was blocked for a while, and my eyes just trailed over to Sirios. But right now, the depth is 3,316 meters, 3316. Sorry for that confusion.
I'm working on it.
I meant the camera. I was just kidding.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No, actually, that's great. Let me explain the difference between the two depths. Es que me está diciendo Andrea que la profundidad que nos dio anteriormente se refiere al robot que está más arriba del D2, del D2, que está a 3.316 metros de profundidad. Y ellos ahora mismo están viendo a ver qué es los especímenes que tienen en la pantalla. Así es que esa ha sido la interrupción.
Go in tight. Como 17 metros de diferencia.
Center it, pilot.
That's great, thank you. I'm thinking this is a branched bryozoan. Looks pretty hard and brittle. Definitely not a coral.
Is that full zoom, Dan? Okay, I'm stirring it up a little bit at this point. If they're good.
How about all the things that are next to it? Like they look like spines.
They look like, are they barnacles?
Spicules. Barnacles?
Oh, all of the, on the sediment, the white, those are pteropod shells.
Yes.
So those pteropods are mollusks that swim in the pelagic zone, and we're seeing the dead shells, the tests on the seafloor, and often pteropod shells comprise quite a bit of deep sea sediment.
I like Carl's new frame extensions, his toes. They work really well.
Yeah. You can see them nicely in your new cameras, too.
B-R-Y. Bry. No, mini bonsai tree. Bryozoan is B-R-Y. Oh, that's funny.
I think the new LEDs are more directed than before, than the other ones were.
On Sirios?
Yeah.
Think so?
Yeah, because they
Narrow
get
beam.
lit up. Yeah, it's a little narrower because they don't get lit up till you get out, at least 60 degrees out there or something. See
We
that?
could tip them down a little bit if we want.
Yeah. Just commenting. We don't have to change it. I was just noticing that you don't get lit up till this point, which is like 70, 69 degrees or something.
I'm enjoying Graciela's explanation in Spanish.
Can you understand and speak Spanish well, Todd?
My family's from Chile.
Oh, okay.
My wife's family's from Chile, I should
Yeah,
say.
I'm listening Spanish in the background. Who's that?
That's a pilot right now, Todd Gregory. His family is from Chile.
Ah, hola, saludos.
Gracias, Graciela. Me encanta escuchar su descripción. Buena práctica para mí. Y espero que mi familia están escuchando.
Te dejamos a ti hacer la traducción. Me parece muy bien.
Dropping down a little for you. Starting to get out there. actually.
Todd, since we have you, can you explain a little bit about how much light we have on Sirius and D2?
In Spanish?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sirius, que está más o menos 15 metros más alto de D2, tiene 18 luces, lámparas. Cada uno tiene 6,000 lumens. No sé la palabra en español, pero en inglés lumens, 6,000 lumens de luz cada uno. Y están todos enfocados hasta el vehículo D2.
Go ahead, Bridge.
How many
5 meters left. Can you move?
Let's extend another 50, please.
24.
5. Good, copy.
26. Y el vehículo D2 tiene, creo, 26 lámparas. 8 están adelante, fijado, y 8 más son hecho con, se llama brazos articulados, que podemos enfocar las luces en varios ángulos para iluminar los objetos articulados abajo con varios ángulos de luz. Y otros atrás para iluminar abajo y alrededor del vehículo. En total es un montón de luz, lo más que conozco de los vehículos submarinos así.
Thank you, Todd.
Todd, can we bring the camera that we're looking at on D2 to the horizontal? Or as close as you can get it. I'm trying to judge the dip of those bedding planes.
The camera and see if it's horizontal.
Yeah, negative 4.4 degrees you have on the readout.
That's in the noise. Do you want to look down at with the bubble camera?
Sure thing.
Mike, we're gonna look back and make sure. I think it's pretty close to horizontal there.
Okay.
Within a few degrees of horizontal, and I'm squaring myself up with the slope.
Thank you, Todd. Ideally, what I'd like to do is to look parallel to the slope. What we're trying to do is judge the angle at which those rocks are dipping into the slope side.
Okay, so you want me to look along the slope?
Yeah.
As such?
Yeah.
Okay.
And is there any chance you can spin backwards and look the other way?
Sure.
I don't know whether you were following the conversation earlier, but just to explain is we're just trying to judge whether these are big fallen blocks or whether they're in situ. And one way to do that is to try and get the angle of the bedding. If it's...
That's a big one.
Mike, I'm going to come up above this, what
Sure.
I dusted there by spinning around.
Sure, thank you.
And we need to come up anyway.
Yeah. I want to start coming up and over this or soon.
Can you slow down just a little bit?
Slow down on the way up.
There's a great view of D2 from above, showing the swing arms. Two of them.
Thanks, Todd. That's really good.
Stunning.
I think I'm going to spin back, Mike. It's
Sure.
a little bit disconcerting going sideways and backwards.
Yeah.
So.
No. Thank you. I think that was great.
Okay.
Thank you, Todd. That was great.
Can you double check if the lasers are on or not.
Thank you, Amanda. Lasers on?
Lasers are on now.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank Todd on behalf of the kids from Learning by Doing who do marine robotics here in Puerto Rico, because they are very interested in finding out everything about the ROVs. So having Todd talking Spanish to them, I'm sure that they were listening. I'm sure I'll get a couple of texts in the very near future.
Awesome.
Yes, off to your left.
Sorry, what, Jeff?
A fish swam by. I thought it might stay close, but it went. See it now? It's behind you. It's gone now. Out of reach.
Andrew, did Amanda want the lasers left on?
Yeah, we're trying to leave the lasers on throughout all the dives. I think they get turned off for beauty shots, and then sometimes we forget to turn them back on. So, yeah.
Okay.
So she's doing a good job at reminding us.
Looks like we're coming up alongside of a nice steep feature here.
Yeah.
In a moment. I'll scoot out there.
Sounds good.
And Todd, the camera's still horizontal, yeah?
Nearly
Yeah,
so.
nearly
I tipped
so.
it down slightly.
Sorry.
It is.
Nearly so now.
It is horizontal now.
Can you just spin a tiny bit to your right?
Sure thing.
Mike, I looked at the event log from the Nautilus much higher up where it was also massive.
Thanks, Todd. That's great.
Massive rock, and I saw in the notes there that rewrote that layers were tilted perhaps 10 to 20 degrees to the southeast.
Cool. Thank you, Yuri. That's great. So Yuri was referring to the previous dive, which was above us, that on that previous dive they were recording dips of 20 degrees to the southeast in these rocks.
And you can imagine, just like here, it's very uncertain because all it was visual,
It's so hard.
points of the laser pointers, and that's it.
Left the hydraulics running.
Yeah,
like,
thank you, Yuri.
But there were
We had talked about before.
But there were some walls there that seemed to have a
Carl
sharp
didn't
corner
approve.
in them, and they were really flat, vertical corners. So
Oop,
it
got a
seems
little
like
jelly.
you could
Zoom.
read the tilt, the real dip a bit better than here.
Right.
So in view right now,
Thank
we have
you.
another jellyfish, a Trachymedusa.
Go in. Kill lasers for beauty
See
shot.
its tentacles at the base of the bell, and it's
Lasers off.
the bell is pulsating
Bridge.
and to move through the water column.
Bridge nav.
Good
We've
afternoon,
seen this
Nav.
a few times
We
today.
have finished the
believe. At least once or twice.
Okay, could you dial in another 50-meter move, please? Same distance and heading. 50 meters, bearing 250.2 knots.
Roger that.
Beautiful red color. Some people may be wondering why we have seen a lot of animals in the deep sea that are bright red, but red is actually one of the first light to be absorbed in the surface waters. So at this depth, there's really no light, but blue light goes through the water column at deep depth. So unless an animal can produce red light, organisms that are red are in fact invisible in the water or camouflaged.
Looking down at you about 70.
I'm going to scoot out.
Delta 20. Well, safe distance to my left.
Lasers back on, please, pilot.
Lasers on.
Do they want us to stay at horizontal?
He's
I'm not
pretty
sure.
close.
It is horizontal now.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a flare up there when I leave it horizontal, but
okay.
Oh,
it's not so bad.
Fix that.
You can fix that, can't you?
Probably by teasing swing arms.
Something red there on the left.
Snap zoom on that red thing.
Sponge?
No, that's another holothurian.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm moving, Dan. I'm making it hard for you.
That one's hanging on the bottom, isn't it?
Yeah, we often see them on the bottom, and then we'll see them come off the bottom and start swimming.
Huh.
Several times today, actually.
So, shall we move on?
Watch leader, I haven't been worrying about the time. Do you have a estimate on when we need to leave the bottom or be at 50 meters?
1830 was the plan of the day.
I heard 1640 off bottom.
It's probably on your SOP.
So another hour. Okay.
The ship's expecting us at 50 meters at 1830.
We're at a depth of 3,280 meters, 3280. You're on
so
mute.
1640 to 2040.
What was
UTC.
the start depth for the Hercules dives with Nautilus?
Sorry?
It was 2,900 meters.
2,900 meters. Okay. Thank you, Yuri. We're seeing small debris flows in this area, running from top left down to the bottom of the screen, where little shoots of sediment are rolling down the hillside. And here we're seeing an area where there's a lot of loose blocks which have fallen down. So this might be a little valley, if you like, within the hill face. And it looks like there's outcrop below us. We're actually pretty much traveling over the outcrop as we move upwards.
I am doing very well. So we may make the 2,900 meter mark before the end of the dive.
To be exact, we started at 28:32.
Okay, 28:32, and then we're coming up.
Andrea, what was the prior depth range of the transect that we're trying to meet up with?
Started at 28:32 meters and went to a depth of 1,500 meters. Is that correct? The previous Nautilus dive.
Okay, thank you.
We went to 1560. That's correct. Which was the top of the carbonate platform.
And Yuri, you know, the start of your dive, did it look like this, or are we on different material to where you started?
Bridge nav.
Good. About 5 meters left in this move.
Okay, please extend another 50 meters.
Roger that.
When we started that dive, it was a pretty heavily sedimented bench. Yep. So,
right.
Kind of purposely and by luck that was at the depth that it was kind of the maximum that we could get to. So
sure.
We traversed across that for a little bit, and then started to hit the really steep slopes. So,
right.
I don't actually remember us ever seeing a slope.
Starting to get out there a little ways.
This during that dive.
Okay, cool. I mean, how is it different, Jason?
The walls that we basically traversed up were very steep. I think most of the time that we were going up, a sequence of bedded carbonates and mixed carbonate, siliciclastic, rock units. Not a lot of debris, very little iron manganese coating on any of the exposures. So a very different superficial morphology than we're seeing now. We're seeing a lot of rocks, displaced rocks, debris, chutes, debris aprons. Here we're seeing a nice kind of precious piece of something with iron manganese and possibly bedding.
More helpful to stay on the track, or you want me to come around and kind of get a better view of whatever we're traversing?
Just slow it up a little bit, let you catch up.
Very, very different.
Do you want me to do?
I was asking my heading. If you
cool,
like it,
thanks,
staying on
Jason.
track,
So,
if
okay,
you
I'm
want me
going
to come over and
put you on the spot again.
Just to see better, huh?
Yeah. I was thinking the same
You
thing.
said that they're very different.
check with you
Then
before I
how
move.
would you explain that difference? Why is this maybe different to what you were diving on just 300 meters above us?
Well, what we were diving on 300 meters above us was
About
the
20
in-situ,
degrees off track.
Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, carbonate platform sequence. And so it was the intact rock that makes up this platform that is along the north side of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, and some places to the south of the Virgin Islands. What we're seeing here is that's actually kind of why we to figure out what is here. We know that the carbonate platform sequence is a kilometer to a kilometer and a half, maybe a little more thick, and clearly we had started deeper than we would expect to see that platform sequence. So here we're seeing a lot of debris and a lot of
Coming up for that? Just gonna have a look at it from here, yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, can we get a zoom in on some...
Thank you, Jason.
So we're maybe seeing a lot of debris that's fallen from above, or
zoom sponge.
clearly my recollection is a little different.
The sponge straight in the center screen.
So it's not entirely. We're not seeing entirely completely different morphologies in places. The way I remember the previous dive was a lot more vertical, near vertical walls and exposed outcrop.
Sure.
It's carbonate.
So,
yeah, it wasn't a sponge, just
reviewing
different.
both dives and looking at the bathymetry and trying to understand more about
Sure.
Come on out.
the differences and the similarities of various parts of the dive.
25, 30 degrees off track.
To try and figure out what we're
To my left.
Sure.
how they relate. They do relate at all.
Sure. Thank you, Jason. Thank you for that. I think it's beginning to be a long dive. My biologist colleague has suddenly decided she likes white rocks.
Guess so. Things look a little different, and my eyes go right to it. It's funny, we've really traveled quite a bit of distance today and covered a large depth range. I'm not sure we thought we would even get this shallow today. And one comment I have to that is that we're really seeing a lack of sessile fauna here. The further we have come actually upslope, the less we have observed. So no sponges, hardly at all. And no attached fauna here, which makes us not zoom in as frequently and stop and look closely. So we've been able to cover a lot more terrain.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for zooming in to check that was carbonate under that.
Yeah, that's my plan. Well, there's a sponge.
Okay, Dan, you see that?
It may be that it's because it's a fairly fresh
slow
slope.
down before we go
Maybe
in.
it's the freshest we have seen so far, since there hasn't been much time for
Okay, start a
colonization.
partial.
Yeah, thanks, Yuri. We were kind of trying to speculate about that earlier.
So we have another cladorized sponge in view. Many of the cladorhizids are actually carnivorous sponges. So the sponges that we observed earlier in the dive and yesterday and the past 3 dives, most of them were either hexactinellid or demo sponges, where they bring in water, and through their pores they use their flagellated cells to filter out particles and then expel the water through their central osculum. But these actually cladorhizids can capture prey and zooplankton, and then so all the spiky spines that you see, prey gets caught, and then they actually digest the prey on the outside. And so it's quite a bit of different feeding strategy for carnivorous sponges compared to other filter feeders, which is pretty cool. And earlier, I'm not sure if it was the same species or if it was different, but yeah, we also saw another carnivorous sponge a little earlier.
Just curious if that's full zoom or not.
guess it's another way to maximize your ability to capture food in a food-poor environment.
Nice.
That's great. Thank you, pilot.
Ready? Ready when you are.
Hello.
Hola. I have to go away again because we're in the middle of planning a meeting for next week.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say something in Spanish because I heard you all talking about the Nautilus last year and the area above where we are right now.
Yep.
So I'll put that in Spanish. And the learning by doing marine robotics kids are listening and viewing.
Great.
So they were really
Great
happy about listening to Todd speaking Spanish also.
Awesome. Glad to have Todd on board too.
Así es que la discusión que estaban teniendo los geólogos, que no es una discusión, era lo que estaban hablando, es que ahora mismo el D2, este robot, está alrededor de 3.100 metros de profundidad. Y el Nautilus, cuando estuvo en esta misma área, había buceado desde los 2.800 metros hacia arriba. Y están viendo diferencias entre uno y otro. O sea que ahora los geólogos se van a reunir con todos los videos que han tomado en esta exploración para entonces poder hacer la construcción del transecto completa y poder ver qué diferencias ellos observaban de la parte superior de esta área con esta que estamos viendo ahora. Pues estaban discutiendo que esta área parece mucho más nueva, que ha sido... que ha tenido cambios más recientes y que por lo tanto no ha habido tanta colonización de organismos biológicos como vieron o se acordaban que veían en el crucero del Nautilus en años anteriores. Así que todos los científicos que están alrededor de Estados Unidos y otras partes están viendo, tienen unos canales especiales que pueden ver las cosas en mucha mayor resolución y pueden hablar entre ellos. Todo se está catalogando, pero todos estamos sentados en nuestras oficinas alrededor del mundo en computadoras y están allá y Mike a bordo con todos los pilotos de los robots, con la tripulación del Okeanos Explorer. Así que es un grupo bien nutrido de personas que están contribuyendo a esta exploración. Y con eso les dejo, a lo mejor llego a tiempo para poder narrar el final de esta exploración de hoy. Guys, I apologize, but I really have to go.
Oh, thank you so much for being with us.
I'll talk to you later. As soon as I'm done, I'll be back. Okay?
Thank you, Graciela.
Thank you, Graciela.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Just get flattened out on us.
Yeah.
So, Jason, given that we've got about, I don't know, 30 or so minutes left, 30 or 40 minutes, do you think we should make a break for going upslope?
I think we're doing fine. You know, if we can continue to go up, that would be great.
We're going to get to a corner, so we're...
Okay.
Jason says, according to the map, that we're going to go up slope very quickly, very soon.
Okay.
I just don't know if they want to.
Assume it will. I'm pretty far out.
We're at a depth of 3,246 meters, 3246. And this common shrimp species that we have seen throughout the dive today.
Looks like he's galloping.
Yeah, you can see moving its pleopods. It's like rowing a boat almost. Great, thank you.
Spin back. See the arc of my
Yeah.
What's this?
Actually, there's
Another
something
holothurian?
swimming over. Is that a holothurian or a fish?
Can you do a zoom?
Go ahead.
Holothurian.
I thought it was a fish from a distance.
Yeah. Tumbling holothurian.
Where was the sea star?
You see a sea star as well?
Yeah. Got time. Go for it.
Co-pilot says we have time.
Nothing on sonar to be worried about.
Maybe.
Is that it? Top right now? No, can't tell.
We're at a depth of 3,247 meters, 3247.
Sure.
Do you see something, pilot? Oh, I see the
Video.
star.
Dan picked up a star. Co-pilot, we have time.
Quick one. There's nothing imposing.
Okay.
You are
Try
a little.
to center that up as you go in, Dan.
You are a little behind me.
So we're getting a closer view of a Brisingid. Looks like it has 5 arms. So it's probably a 6-arm Brisingid and one maybe regenerating. So I would say this would be Freastera species.
Tracking my heading
An
left.
echinoderm with spiny skin, 2 feet.
Okay. You happy, Andrea?
I'm happy, thank you.
Okay.
Looking 220.
2-0, I'll scoot ahead. Scooting along.
Still nothing in sonar to be concerned about.
And currently it's 1600 hours on the ship, a UTC time of 20:00, and we have 40 minutes left in the dive before we have to come off the bottom. So Mike, how did you become interested in marine geology? Briefly.
Well, when I was a grad student, I did let me put some time scale on this. So I was a grad student now almost 30 years ago. And when I was a grad student, I said I would never, never, never go on a ship. It was something I didn't want to do. And then about 15 years ago, I was persuaded to go on a cruise to the Indian Ocean. And I sailed from the Isle of Mauritius. I'd never been to the Isle of Mauritius. And I had such a great time that after that I became a marine geologist. And the real answer is because we're exploring. It's exactly what we're doing on this cruise. We know so little about the sea floor, whether it's the biology that lives there or the geology.
Facing 225.
We in fact know less about the sea floor than we know actually about the surface of the moon, because it's much easier to measure the surface of the moon than it is the sea floor because of all the water that's there. And so I just think it's such a blast. It's so exciting because I'm so lucky that I can come out here and explore and be part of a team that are the first people ever to be in this part of the world and trying to figure out things that are going on.
That's a great answer. I feel lucky every day.
So of course I have to return the question now.
Well, maybe save that for another time.
Okay. We've only got 16 more dives to do.
We'll wait.
So actually, if Jason's there, a science question about yesterday's dive. I'm not sure Jason saw too much of it. But we were diving on the carbonate at a much shallower depth. We were at from 600 to 300 meters, a little bit to the south of us in Mona Passage. And it looked very much like, as we got towards the top of the scarp, that the limestone had a very caustic topography. It looked like the kind of limestone topography you see on land, with sinkholes and what we call a limestone pavement. Does that make sense, Jason?
Yes.
Could you
actually is a pretty good description of
Can you
some of the
zoom
surface
fish?
morphologies
Is that a fish?
Very caustic. Some were definitely above sea level at the last glacial period. Some of the, not the parts you got to, perhaps, but some of the very shallow parts.
Still had some momentum carrying me.
Also, a little erosion due to the surface and bottom currents through the passage. So it's a very dynamic environment that leads to some very interesting surface morphologies through there. So unfortunately, I didn't get to see the last bit of the dive. But
go ahead.
I'll review the video and check it out.
Cool, thank you, Jason. And I don't know whether you know, but just to finish that story, you'd been warning us about currents. Right at the end of the day, we basically got blown off of the rock face by a current.
Not totally unexpected for the passage. The currents there are very, very strong. I still don't think we know as much as we probably should know about them.
Right now we're looking at a cuskeel in the family, likely Ophidiidae, possibly a Bathysaurus species. And I don't know if it'll turn again, but you can kind of see that the stomach area is darker or black, and the stomach lining, or I should say the body cavity lining, is darker, and this is called the peritoneum, and it helps in a way to kind of camouflage the stomach contents of the fish.
There's something else there.
And another shrimp. This one looks different, though. Can we get a zoom in on that?
Go ahead, Dan, if you can get them.
Or is it just my eyes? Oh, same thing. Just as not moving, it's pleopod, so it looks a bit different.
It's just soaring.
you at 70 degrees?
Okay, Dan, I'm going to scoot along. Stirred up a little sediment here. I'm going to move along.
Great, thank you. Can we get a zoom there as well? Is that a sponge or just, yeah?
Near sponge or far sponge?
Eh,
Or
far sponge looks easy.
How about right there?
Yep.
Dan, I want to snap in on move. I'm still moving pretty good.
Another glass sponge hexagonal. Oh yeah, there's a sea star tucked underneath. Can we get a view of that? Any chance? Get some light on that?
In the black.
You see it's
Try to drop the
upper
lower
right.
swing arm, see if we can get some light on that.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of sediment that's gonna stir. Hopefully it wafts away. Let me get planted. And then you can take my camera too, Jeff.
Got it.
Go head up a little bit.
Up a little.
See if we can illuminate that little guy.
Swing it around left to keep you in view, pilot.
Okay. And drop the swing arms down.
Yeah, still working on that.
It's all the way down already, isn't it?
Yeah, I can try the port side if you want, but
the port side's your best shot because the starboard side is
down.
pointed to starboard.
Lower swing arm, deploy.
There we go. There's a little light on it.
Yes, swing it. I swung it in a little.
Nice. Okay, Dan. Want to go in on the star?
Oh, wow, very cool.
Oops, back.
Nice job.
This one looks to be new for this cruise. I don't believe we have seen this one yet.
There we go. Those swing arms really let you tune the light.
Okay, I'm looking about 90 degrees off track.
Okay, it's pretty flat out there.
Yep.
Andrea, let us know when you're happy.
That's awesome, guys. Thank you. I'm happy.
Bridge nav.
5 meters left.
Let's throw another 50 meters down, please.
Roger that.
Great job, pilot.
Thanks, Jeff. Good work on the lights.
Let's see if Dr. Christopher Ma is going to identify that for us on Twitter.
Is there a okay. I'm gonna scoot out of here.
Good, thank you.
I think I'm beating you up the hill at this point.
Alright, I'll scoot ahead. If you want to bring those up a bit, be
Yep.
awesome.
Bringing them up.
Just do a flyby of this. Go ahead.
Another hexactinella glass sponge. Is there anything inside? Any associates? Nope, I don't think so. That's great, thank you.
You didn't want to test me? Full pirouette at full zoom? Oh, damn. No, it's okay. Jeff's going to bark at me to keep moving here in a second. Alright, I'm going to let it go off screen.
So that sea star that we just were imaging looks like to be a terraster. It's a slime star related to the Hymenaster that we
You're
saw
good.
the other day.
It's okay. It's
Cool stuff. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. You race along, I'll swing my head as you go.
all right. Co-pilot says I need to move it.
We're only 100 degrees off track. We're okay.
Nothing in sonar.
Nothing at all.
It's like a
Looking
long
good.
sediment track.
Yeah, you can see it really well in the Sirius cam right now.
And we're crossing over a fairly muddy slope.
Starting to swing my head. Still coming up.
Fish.
Where? Like go flying by it. There? No.
No, it was in the water column.
Oh.
Kind of came through.
Searching pilot, I don't see it. Okay. Continue to rock my head around. Looking better. All right, looking better. Back in orientation and
We have another holothurian. Can you snap zoom on the, are those just white carbonate rocks?
They look like rocks to me.
Snap in down.
They sure are.
There is another subtlety there which I don't fully understand is, you can see that one's really nicely rounded and there's no iron manganese on it, whereas some of the other ones are totally coated with iron manganese and we see everything in between, and that's telling us something about where these rocks are coming from, subtly different sources.
Thank you.
is that a fish?
Fish, right? Looks like a tripod fish. Ooh, cool.
Stand by.
Is that the first one on this trip?
This is the first one
on
this trip, yep.
So Andrea, tell us about tripod fish.
I will. The family Hypnopidae. This is likely a Bathysaurus. Let's zoom in. They're common deep sea fish.
Go more.
They have these really cool extensions on their fins, these long filamentous extensions. Oop, there one goes. And they kind of prop up off the bottom. I don't think that one had extensions on its pectorals, I don't believe. So that's indicative of a species. If we can get a better view on it.
I think he's shy. He went under. Up there he is. Okay, Dan, if you want to start going back in. Why don't you take my camera, Jeff, in case we need to tilt.
Roger.
Yeah, so a lot of these tripod fish, you can see the
Go up a little.
On the pelvic fins, the paired fins underneath, there's long filaments, and as well as on the caudal fin. But the pectorals, which are closer to the gills, closer to the head of the fish, don't really have these long, crazy filaments that you see in other species. And this is indicative. I believe of Bathysaurus graulator. It's got very tiny eyes, so a lot of the fishes we see different adaptations for picking up light or just reducing the size of the eye.
Got it back.
Because again, there's no light unless the light that is produced by other organisms. So this species in particular has very tiny eyes. Very cool. This is the third species that I have seen for waters in the Caribbean on some of our work that we've done on seamounts in the Anegada Passage. We have records of two different types of Bathysaurus, two different types of these if-mounted tripod fish.
5 meters.
So this is cool. This is the third one.
Please.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got a pretty poor foothold. It's not very stable. Take it up a little, Jeff. Let's see if we can't get in on his head. Go ahead, Ed.
Do we see any ectoparasites? That's another question. On another species of the same genus, we observed a few isopods attached to the pectorals. So.
All right, looking backwards now, I'm just losing you.
All right, nothing on sonar.
Nothing on sonar.
Yeah, you really can see the ladder line on the side. So the ladder line is a sensory organ where the fish can feel, different pressure waves or movement. The ladder line can pick up.
Jeff's going to tell me to move any second now.
10 seconds ago. You're fine. When you're uncomfortable, you can go.
Let's come up.
Camera's yours.
Okay.
Thanks, team. Once again, most excellent.
Thank you, pilot and video. It was great.
Looking pretty good. Just push on up. Come up with you.
A few more holothurians. I believe we have seen at least 3 or 4 different species of holothurians along this dive track. Very common, very abundant here.
White. Richard of some kind.
Looks like there were sponges on that rock in the past. You can see this filamentous material covering the side of the rock face. Looks to be possibly bases from sponges. Another swimming holothurian.
Sorry, got a big delta on you here. Come back down a little.
Okay.
Now that you're pushing out.
So we're just still transiting over a mud slope with a few boulders, some rock debris. Pilots, can we get the lasers back on, please?
Lasers on.
Thank you.
It's cool to see it all kind of fall downhill when you bump a little.
Featureless up ahead.
And just to remind people back at home, we just turned on the lasers. The two red dots that you see in the middle of the screen, those are for scale. They're 10 centimeters apart. Help us to measure different features, including different sizes of rocks and pebbles, as well as fishes, other organisms.
On this rock.
We like to keep them on. It can also help us if you wanted to do any transecting or get estimates of abundance or density of certain animals or certain features. Having the lasers for scale is very helpful. So.
Alright, you're out there a ways. Looking good.
Another clitorized sponge on the rock. I'm going to take a snap zoom. It's on the left, sticking out.
Snap in before that dust hits it.
A couple other things there too.
What is that though? Can you zoom in onto more into the wispy? So there's 3 different
Go ahead in.
morphotypes here. There's the clitorized and then maybe a sponge stalk, and then not quite sure what that is yet.
That it should clear.
Covered with hydroids. I'm guessing it's likely another type of branching clitorized sponge we observed earlier. It's kind of difficult to tell.
Take my camera, Jeff.
Say again?
Take my camera.
Yep.
There may be an associate.
Go tight. Yeah, looks okay. It's pretty small.
Possibly. Yeah, there's something else on it.
Do you want to see the other 2?
Yeah, you can just pan up to the other 2. I think the second one looks to be a stalk from a glass sponge.
Going up.
Oh, nope. Different type of clitorized. Very cool. 3 different species here. Not sure what's on that. Amanda, do you have an idea on the associate on the sponge? Amanda, do you have an idea on the associate on the sponge?
I was just looking at it. It looks like it could be a polychaete, but it's hard to tell from here.
Can you just pan to the left to see the tip of the sponge, and then we can go?
Nav bridge.
Bridge nav.
5 more meters.
Let's go another 50, please.
Roger that.
And you can see all the pteropod shells in on the sediment pretty well in the background.
Sorry, pilot.
Good, you're good.
Oh. You've only been sitting here for 9 hours.
Yeah. It's fun. I love it. Sometimes I get a little tongue-tied or lose my words a little bit.
Okay, I'll scoot out in front of Sirius now.
There's another on the other side of the rock as well. So what I should do is, instead of sit here, is stand up and stretch. Nav watch lead. Oh, wait a second. It's co-pilot watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Do we need the screen covering the depth on the ROV on the left? You kind of have that blocking.
Oh, you're looking
Thank
at
you.
the co-pilot screen. If you look at the pilot screen, he'll have it up all the time.
Going video? What is that?
Oh, I can change it back here.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I didn't know that. We'll do that next time.
I mean, I can certainly put it back. I'm just
Oh, no,
pushing
you can,
buttons.
Yeah, you can change it if you want. I can figure out how to put the pilot screen up.
What is that?
So a holothurian in the background. It looks like a piece of wood again. Perhaps. Do you agree? Wood?
Looks like wood to me.
Go ahead.
Looking back at your pilot.
Looking backwards at me?
Yeah.
Co-pilot says I have to boogie.
Can you boogie on up the piece of wood before you leave? Great, thank you.
Holothurian trail.
Yes. We're at a depth of 3,206 meters.
Fix that other swing arm so it doesn't look so terrible. Just dangling like that. Or not even with the other one. Side stone.
And we're crossing mostly a mud bottom. Facing a south-southwest direction.
Getting out there. Looking better.
And we have about 10 minutes left in the dive. Is that correct, Nav?
We can actually go to 2045.
Okay, 15 more minutes. Even better.
Straight up. Yeah, let's go straight up. See what I find.
Alright, about to feel a tug.
Roger that.
Nev, can you zoom out on high pack?
Sure. So go ahead and watch later.
That's good. Thanks. Does it matter? Doesn't. Okay. Okay, thank you. You can zoom back in. So how fast is the ship moving right now?
0.2 knots.
0.2 knots. Okay. And what speed do you guys like to have the ship move if you're stopping more frequently? 0.1, I guess?
Well, the 0.1 we were doing largely for much steeper terrain where we need to be able to get up and over things quickly. On an open flat bottom, we could go a bit faster than this.
Let's do that. Can we bump it up, or do we have to wait?
You know what, at this point, if we bumped it up, the vehicles wouldn't start moving until about the time we need to leave the bottom.
Okay, all right, thank you.
There's just enough of a delay in motion getting down the cable.
Okay.
At this depth, and it's very different if, you know, like yesterday we could just move things around really quickly because we were only at 300 meters. But
Todd, that would be a really good thing to talk about in Spanish for the students learning about robotics. If they're still watching.
What is that?
Just the ship.
the time delay it takes for the.
Oh wow, that's going to really test my ability to describe something abstract like that.
While flying the vehicle.
No worries.
Yeah, I could describe that better with a picture.
So we're at a depth of 3,192 meters. Time off bottom today is 16:45 local time.
For the sake of a test, I'm turning on the craft controller to see if it still has a ground fault.
Is this a sponge?
A rock?
Rock,
seems
I guess.
to me.
A carbonate rock.
Wow. Another one?
Let's see if there's anything.
Yeah,
there.
a little
Well,
bit.
a couple that we were zooming in on earlier, I noticed one had a lot of holes, a lot of boring. It looked.
Yeah.
Map
I think,
bridge.
you know, if we got, I mean, not that we need to, but if we got close to these, we'd see borings in a lot of them.
50, please.
Can we get a zoom in on that a little better?
Yes.
I think that's
And, bridge,
tunicate.
Nav?
Yeah, carnivorous
Yes,
tunicate.
Yeah,
Very
about
cool.
the time we finish this next one, we'll be setting up to recover.
Roger that.
Is there something inside it? So these actually, they're not
Tight,
filtering
super tight.
plankton or filtering the water, but they're actually engulfing zooplankton and ingesting that within the body cavity there. Can't tell, is that on the tunicate? On the inside or the outside?
I think it's outside.
It's a polychaete.
So craft on still?
Yeah, it looks to be on the outside.
I turned it off. The fault should clear.
What was it?
Ooh.
189K.
So,
It kind of looks like it's on the inside. We saw one like this earlier, and we're sort of seeing the belly of the polychaete, if you will. So I think that might be inside, and polychaete's not moving like we've been seeing the active polychaetes either. So I'm not sure if
want to
it's
bump
been
up.
eaten or something to look into further.
yeah, that's a really good point.
So full zoom?
Yeah, there's no movement from that polychaete at all.
Take it all the way?
Seems like we focus on it further out than we focus on the surface of the polycube of the.
Yeah. Bump it up just a touch.
I don't think we'd see it quite so clearly if it was on the inside.
So just a note about tunicates. Tunicates are chordates, so as humans are chordates as well. So these invertebrates, I mean, there's no vertebrae here, but they do have a lot of characteristics of chordates that are shared with us, shared with humans. So the tunicates would be one of our most closest living invertebrate relatives.
Looking down on you.
Okay.
Starting to look
guys
back.
Are ready, I'll move along whenever you guys are all happy.
Yeah. That's on the outside or the inside? It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
I'm convinced it's on the outside. I don't think we'd see it quite so clearly if it was on the inside.
Yeah.
Come out and let me scoot in just a little more and you get a
Front
little
row,
different perspective on it, all right?
Front row is thinking it's on the outside.
Let me just scoot in and I'll look down on it from a different angle. Stand by. Zoom.
Oh, it is alive. Mike Vecchione. It's funny.
Maybe not for long.
Take the camera, Jeff. Tip down.
Going down. Too far.
Is that a better view? Different view. Looks like it's on the outside, doesn't it?
I think so.
Just starting to lose you. Tilting up.
Okay, that's great for us.
He seems to be fighting. His bottom half of his legs aren't moving, and the rest are really trying.
1, 2, 3, vamos.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Got your camera now.
Oh, no wonder it wasn't moving.
I'm bringing my delta up a little higher. Look back and get you, sorry. I think you pushed my camera forward when you were trying to take off because they were swapped. There you go. I've got you.
Yeah. Continuing our southwest movement across mostly a muddy slope. Swimming holothurian.
There's a sponge right there on the right, just so you know. For your scientific records. Feeling better? Looking good?
You feeling better?
Yep.
Okay. Wonder if, well, you've got a good view of my swing arms. You should go ahead and stow it all.
Roger that.
What do you think? We've got a few minutes before we're going to have to spin around and scoot.
Overswing arms down.
Nice.
All the way right. All the way left. Upper swing arm.
Is that a fish?
Let's go have a look.
A fish.
Just about at the end of your tether.
Okay.
I'll come down a little for you to get a little
Looks like
extra.
we have a holosaur.
I need to
Our
hang
second
back,
one
wait
of
for
the
tether
day.
to catch up with me, but if you want to go ahead and zoom in, Dan, I'll float it from here, and then as the tether allows, I'll get closer.
Again, they look a lot like eels, but you can see that there's a single dorsal fin right here, where eels have a continuous dorsal fin to the caudal and then all around. So the genera of holosaurs are characterized by having, or you use the presence or absence of scales on the top of the head to determine different genera of holosaurs. So this one is an Aldrovandia species. Doesn't appear to have any scales on its head.
I think we're all stood.
That's good for me.
Type beauty shot of the head, Dan?
Beauty shot of the head.
Kill lasers, maybe? We got a good shot of lasers on his whole body a minute ago.
Wow.
There you go.
Got a little tether if you want to get in closer.
I think that's pretty good.
Just saying. You don't have to. You probably are. Ooh,
Nice,
there you go.
Nice, Dan.
Nav bridge.
Bridge nav.
The position move is complete.
So you can see
Okay,
the
we'll hold
lateral
here
line
for a
as
few
well.
minutes.
Roger.
Beautiful image.
Magic. That is magic. Nice.
Good job,
that.
guys.
Beautiful.
Shall we stretch out? We got 30 seconds here.
Yeah.
We can actually go another minute because we're
Oh, okay.
30 meters above my calculated depth.
Well, we can just get it prepared and on the way up for the dinner relief if you want, or unless you want to make them do it.
We don't really have to do anything to stretch out. All you have to do is spin left a half a turn and we'll be ready. So.
Yeah. All right.
Anything useful we can do in another minute or two?
See if there's something on this rock. Maybe.
Okay. It's going to be hard to do better than that last beauty shot.
Yeah.
And on a good note.
Yeah.
Nice. Don't you
There
think?
is something on this rock.
Go for it.
New species of sponge? What do you
Go
say,
for it.
guys? Come on.
Yeah.
This
You
is
got 40, you got
featherized
45
carnivorous
seconds.
sponge on the right.
She knew what
Might
it was
be
from
something
afar.
new.
Watch leader identifies them too early in the process.
New species of associate. How about that?
There you go.
It's got a polycute associate on it.
Okay, Dan. Is that a tunicate? Behind it?
Looks like it. Good eye. They're a crinoid as well? Oh, maybe a Bersingid.
You won't know until you look at the body. The middle. Can you get over there, Todd?
I'll work on it.
And the number of arms as well.
There's another worm inside the tunicate or on the tunicate. I'm going to work it.
Well, we're 35 seconds over.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. Always need more. Oh, nice.
There's an anemone, too.
Beautiful. On the, oh, yeah. Can you get a last beauty shot of all of that together?
4 and 1.
4 different animal phyla
5.
right there.
5.
Oh, 5. Where's? Oh, yep, 5. Porifera, Cnidaria, Chynodermata, the Chordata, and the Polychaete, which should be the Annelidae.
Looking down at you.
Okay, ready? You call it, Dan. Go tight.
And a brachiopod. Was there a brachiopod too? And then we have the pteropod shells, which are mollusks.
Take the camera if you want to tilt up. Jeff.
Yeah, up a little. Too much.
Jim, are you wanting us to move?
Oh, this is productive. I think we'll be forgiven.
Okay.
It's inside this time.
That one's inside, guaranteed.
Although, is it under or is it inside? No.
Okay, whenever you're ready to come out, I'll get off the bottom and stretch out. Jeff, you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
All I'm doing is stretching and turning right a little bit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Off the
We're
bottom.
actually in line with the ship too, which is kind of convenient.
Obviously no rush about doing the ship moving, but
Might as well. We'll just tow us into deep water, right?
We have a question from
Yep.
shore for geologists. Mike, you want to answer that? And then we'll wrap up the dive.
Yeah, we just got a question in about trenches and troughs. The Puerto Rico Trench, well, we use the word trench to describe a massive scale trough which is formed by subduction when we push one of the lithospheric plates under another plate. Okay. And so those tend to be really, really big scale features, the biggest troughs on Earth, and we call them trenches. The Puerto Rico trough is 8.5 kilometers deep and is the 8th biggest trench in the world. It's the biggest trench in the Atlantic. The canyon we're in today, which sometimes gets called a trough, the Mona Trough or the Mona Canyon, is not quite as big. It's still really quite big. It's bigger than any canyon that we see on the land surface. Here it goes from 5 kilometers at the base of the canyon to 2 kilometers on the valley wall. But we could fit maybe 10 of these canyons inside the Puerto Rico Trench. So troughs and canyons are smaller than trenches. And this particular canyon likely formed by a process that we call rifting, where we were beginning to stretch apart the plates and a crack formed down the middle, and we started to get this hole or this canyon or this trough by literally pulling the crust apart. Thank you for that question.
Go ahead now.
You're zooming by.
Yeah, Bridge, vehicles have left the bottom. We are ready to get set up for recovery. You should get on a heading you're happy with and start steaming ahead. 0.2 knots
coming up.
Okay, we had a great 4th dive today for the Oceano Profundo expedition, surveying the west wall of Mona Canyon, about 30 miles northwest of Puerto Rico. Lots of holothurians today, definitely the dominant mobile megafauna that we observed. A few different species of fishes, including grenadiers and holosaurs,
He's off slightly.
as well as a lizard fish. And numerous species of carnivorous animals, such as the cladorized sponges and the predatory tunicates.
2.5.
I think we had Umbalula, the sea pen, in the beginning of the dive, and then when we reached the more higher slope area, we didn't see the sea pens anymore. But we did observe at least one species of bamboo coral, one individual, I think. I think that sums up biology. I'll let Mike finish with geology, and just to let
Dan, I'll look
Shoreside know that we'll have a conference call in 10 minutes. Just going to grab a cup of coffee, and we'll be on the line. So thanks, Shoreside, for participating today in the chat room and on the telecom line. It's awesome to have you. Couldn't do it without you. And thanks to the pilots and the ship crew as well. Thank you. Mike, take it away.
And so briefly to sum up the geology, we had a long, deep dive today. We managed to cover 750 vertical meters from nearly 4,000 meters at the bottom, towards the bottom of the canyon, to where we are now, or where we were just a few moments ago at about 3,200 meters. We saw about 750 meters of limestone.
So
which was slightly unexpected. We were maybe hoping to see beneath the limestone at the bottom, but we spent a lot of time thinking about slope failure and how we formed these big limestone slopes that we traversed across. So we covered a series of muddy slopes with limestone blocks and the actual physical rock outcrop that was providing the blocks. So a fabulous study of slope failure. And
you're already ahead of
the
me.
kind of we generated the kind of information that we can use to better understand how these rocks fail and the natural hazards around Puerto Rico, such as tsunami and earthquakes. So it's good night from us on Deep Sea TV, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Good night.
So let's just start by
Thank you very much,
establishing
EX.
comms,
This is
seeing how it
Tui.
goes.
We'll talk to you in a bit on the conference call.
Is
Nice
it?
job. It was a great dive.
Thank you, Andrea.
It just keeps getting funnier and funnier.
Sorry.
I'm watching the pots. Hey, here's something interesting. Once in a while, I see the pots drop about 200 across the board, and I wonder if that's associated with the bender. Just a thought is, can we secure the bender
Absolutely.
and see if the dropouts go away?
Yeah, for sure. I find the button. I haven't pushed that button before.
Yeah. Well, let me reproduce the dropout, and then we can try the bender thing.
Okay, so hold on. Do you want to just look at your comms and see how your comms are doing?
Let's get this going first of all. I just looked at comms. I'll look at them again and we'll take some notes.
Okay.
Test display comms. Okay, 0 errors. And let's just let it sit there for a minute while I get hydraulics running.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Okay, so the scenario is